I think the idea that like the Vikings are going to trade up and take in the top 5, like that is just it's way too much for me. It's pretty ridiculous if you ask me. I've watched this guy play for 2 years now. Like I said, I'm a Michigan fan, so I've watched every snap he's taken in college football, and I do like him. I think there's potential to be a franchise quarterback there. I think maybe he even has a higher ceiling than Jaden Daniels, but Jaden does have the higher floor, and I would take J.J. McCarthy in the second or like late first is at the most, but we get into this top 5 talk, and it's too much for me. My QB5 is Bo Nix. I think Bo is solid. This is where like the fall off really starts for me. I view him as like a late second, third round guy. Nix I'm confident he could come in and like execute an offense, but I don't really know what the ceiling is there. The arm is good. I don't think the pocket presence is like all that. He hasn't shown that at a high level for me. A lot of bailing the pocket early, I think. So I do have concerns about like what is the ceiling for Bo Nix being 24, and the high level quarterback traits I don't think are there. But I'm confident he could come in and like be a low end starter and good backup. So I think he's like a second or third round guy. I've watched Penix, Rattler, and Pratt as well. And Penix, I think, has a high ceiling, but I do think the floor is pretty low. I think he goes one-on-one hunting too much, which really is he can get stuck like just looking for Odunze when things went wrong, or he didn't really get through all of his reads at times. I do think he has a high ceiling, maybe higher than Penix or higher than Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. But I am concerned. I think he has a lot of bust potential if he goes, in the first round. Just not all that confident that he's going to translate well to the NFL. But I do see the ceiling, so I think he's like a third round guy. And then Pratt and Rattler, there's something there with Rattler, but I don't really see him as anything more than like a third, fourth round guy. And then Pratt, I just view as like the backup in this draft.
That's some good stuff by Cole and in fact Utopia. Two of the best on this album, in my opinion. That's some good stuff. Just right quick, I want to say thank you to everybody for showing up. That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing, if you want to speak, just send me a DM on Real Big Timon, a DM if you're in the listening. You want to just, rotate some people in who don't have anything on a certain topic. Just want to let you know we will rotate people if you want to speak. Coach, you can go ahead, bro.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Glad to be here. I love talking football in the draft. So with the quarterbacks, Caleb is pretty much the clear-cut number one guy, probably better than any QB prospect we've seen since, maybe Trevor Lawrence. I just think he's, people say, he plays hero ball too much, but I just think he's an ultra competitor. And I think he just loves to compete, and he loves to look for more plays. And USC, when last year he was constantly in the positions where he was in shootouts, so he was kind of looking for those shots more often. I think that just gave him more competitive spirit for him, and I think he just really wants to capitalize that, and going to Chicago at 1 would be perfect for him there, because after they just traded for Keenan Allen, he'd probably be going into a better position than any other quarterback drafted number 1 overall has been in. And then number 2, I would actually say Jaden Daniels over Drake May. This one I've been flip-flopping a lot on between the two. I think Jaden Daniels has more potential and consistency to succeed immediately. I think Drake May is very raw, especially with his processing. His footwork still needs some work. And his touch, he has great touch on his passes. Sometimes his deep ball placement can be very good or very bad. And it's just a lot of boom or bust with Drake May as compared to Jaden Daniels. I'd say Daniels is the safer bet, although May has a higher ceiling. So, yeah, they're kind of like 2A and 2B. And then number 4, this is probably where I would go with Penix. I think Penix, if he's in the right situation, he can be really successful in the NFL. I think he does need to speed up his processing when going through his reads a little bit better.
And that would come in a lot handier if you were in a team with a very good offensive line, because what he struggles with a lot is versus pressure and when he's on the move, because his footwork is not great at all. He's not great at throwing on the run. And when he was with Washington, they had probably the best offensive line in the country. And they were facing a lot of 3-man rushes in those Pac-12 defenses. And sometimes when he was faced with a 4-man rush, he would have to go out of the pocket. And when he's off that spot, he can struggle a bit. So that's one thing I'm a little concerned, but I think it'll get a little bit better with time. But I like Penix a lot. The arm talent is great. The perseverance he's gone through, he's battle tested, and I think he can succeed in the NFL if he's not scared of the moment. J.J. McCarthy would be number 5. He's really close with Penix. Kind of like we said earlier, J.J. McCarthy's the real developmental guy who has a lot of potential. I see him kind of as I see a little bit of Aaron Rodgers to him almost. He doesn't have the arm talent, but he moves really well out of the pocket. He can make reads really quickly. He can fit the ball into tight places, even if his touch or ball placement's not perfect. But I think he's just one of those kids that loves to rise up to the moment. And at the very least, he can be a solid starter. That's how I view the top 5 QBs in this draft, pretty much at the very least. Solid athlete. I just don't think, as far as going through his progressions and stuff, he probably needs more experience at that. So he's more of a mid-second round guy. Draft him, develop him a couple of years, and he can take over as he gets more familiar with an NFL offense. Then number 7 would be Rattler. He's been trending up a lot since his days at Oklahoma. Jordan Travis, I'd say, is number 8. I think he's getting slept on a lot, mainly because of the injury he had. But I saw a lot in him. He was trending up a lot through this season. He was a Heisman contender. I think that's kind of going a little bit under the radar. But over time, I think he's really developed into a good quarterback. And not all of his skills can translate to elite level play in the NFL, but I still think he can do some good stuff as at least a backup who can come in and win a few games at the very least. Now let's see, we're at 8 now, so 9 would probably be Michael Pratt. I liked him. And then 10 would probably be this one's actually hard to do 10. I mean, I was kind of in between Devin Leary and Sam Hartman. Probably Sam Hartman lately, though. Devin Leary hasn't been as great lately, but yeah, that's how I view the quarterback specifically.
Great stuff, Coach. Joe Milton barely missed my top 10, but he had a very good combine in the deep ball throwing drill, so I wanted to give Milton an honorable mention briefly. And before we resume the conversations, I just want to thank Mr. Offseason for having me on, and I think we're probably going to get a QB run and maybe a receiver run to start this draft if nobody trades. Because I went over this scenario on my live stream last night. Caleb, Drake May, or Jane Daniels at 2. The other guy goes to New England at 3. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. goes at 4th. The Chargers take Malik Neighbors after moving on from both Allen and Williams. And then the Giants, they need a number 1 receiver for Daniel Jones too. So they would go Romo Dunes at 6. So I went over that scenario on my podcast with Emmanuel last night, which had 50 views in the live stream, thanks to the lovely audience on Twitter. But, it's I honestly think we're going to get a QB run and then a receiver run, and then maybe we get the first tackle off the board at 7. Atlanta goes edge at 8. It's I don't want to go far past that point because I really don't want to break down all these scenarios this early in the draft process. Well, it's kind of late too, but, we still have a month until the draft and 10 days to be exact. So I just wanted your thoughts on that before we resumed into our next topic. Do you think we get a QB run and a receiver run to start the draft?
Go ahead, Lightspeed. You can go ahead, bro, and answer that question.
I just wanted to interject that coach there when he sat there and stated about JJ. Not a big JJ guy myself, but he stated that he's had the least of a pro offense. I think he's had the most snaps under center. I would say he's played the most. I would say he played in the offense that replicates more, related more to the NFL than anybody in this draft. So I was kind of confused as to where we don't connect on that.
Well, first thing first, what I want to do is answer the draft Utopia's question. I'm about to enter it there, so I'll give you 1 second. Driving home from work, late day. But can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. What I want to say is that is exactly how I have it going, especially because the Chargers got rid of Allen, Mike Williams. I have 1, 2, 3 QBs, and then I have like 5 receivers going off the board, and then I have Joe Hall at number 7 in Tennessee. Now, of course, things have changed, as we've seen. Things changes every single day. But I think now that Mike Williams and Allen is out of the Chargers, I'm pretty sure that those top 3 wide receivers are not going to be there once we get past number 6, which is well deserved because those are some ballers. But we're going to get into those guys later. But man, those guys you can argue those guys are 1, 2, 3 draft in my opinion. But ADL Avery, you had your hand on first, and then we go to old school.
Yeah, so I was just gonna jump in with the quarterback conversation, but I do think we get that run, but I do think it does get interrupted unexpectedly with some offensive tackles. Even though we had some of the movement that we had with the receivers yesterday, as deep as the class is, there's a good chance some of these people still feel like they can get their guy early in the second at receiver with the depth that's going to be there. But as far as the quarterbacks, I won't go as far as 10, but I'll say the wild card, in my opinion, is Jordan Travis. I don't think he's somebody that can come in and be a day one starter. But I do think if he gets in a landing spot where he's in like a Pittsburgh, where he gets to sit for a couple years behind a Russell Wilson who has similar gameplay, that it can lead to a potential starting position down the road. And that's what you would want him to have a year to truly recover from his injury and then start to get that type of playing time. My number 5 would actually probably be J.J. McCarthy. I think the thing about McCarthy is, to me, he kind of falls in that same realm where Megatron fell coming out of college as a receiver, where you haven't really seen him do what he's capable of doing, but you can see flashes of the traits, and the traits that you see are great. There's not the consistency you want to see, but part of that is because he's not consistently being asked to do it, so he doesn't get the opportunity to really build that rhythm. But I do feel like he has the potential to, I think someone mentioned earlier, he was just to get to sit for a little while and then get eased into it, that it would be the best thing for him, and I agree with that. At the 4 spot, this is where I get a little different. I'm a little higher on Spencer Rattler than most. The gentleman was at one point considered to be a number 1 overall prospect a couple years ago, and it's because he has the talent. What he lacked when he was still at Oklahoma, to me, was mainly the maturity. And that's how he ended up getting his job taken by Caleb. He had somebody that was more mature, even though they were younger, that had equal talent. I think since he's gotten to South Carolina, especially over this last year, he showed a lot of growth and development in those aspects. And I think he's going to end up being the surprise that comes on day 3 in the draft, and could possibly be late day 2. Number 3, I would have Drake May. I do think Drake has considerable arm talent. It is special. I see the Herbert that comparisons people make. I think he's a slightly better athlete than Justin Herbert is, but not as quite as talented from the arm perspective. But to me, the biggest thing is I don't see him carrying the team to that next level. Like I've seen the players that's been around him, but I haven't seen it just be something where he just takes somebody and ups the ante on their game to a whole new level. That's the thing that would help me bump him all the way up to even possibly number one. But for right now, I sit him at 3. For 2, I would have Caleb. I don't doubt that he's honestly the most talented from the arm standpoint in this class. I do think he has a hell of a work ethic and the potential to be the best out of this group. But there are the concerns that I have, not so much that he's reckless, but that, and being a Chiefs fan, I feel like I can say this, just like Patrick a few years ago, there was the times where you would just hold on too long because you just felt like you could make the play. And I think sometimes he falls into that trap. Just knowing he has the ability that he can, if he just gets another tenth of a second, make something super special happen. I think sometimes he just does that a little too much. But if he grows out of that, it's going to be scary. I do have Jaden Daniels, number 1. And for me, it's as simple as sometimes a football player is a football player. And watching him dominate on an immensely talented offense from a skills perspective and in a conference where it's hard to do, speaks volumes. Being a Florida State fan, I've got to see it for the last 2 years. When a play needs to be made, he goes and finds a way to make the play. And if it's me, that's what I want out of my top number 1 quarterback. So that's where I kind of land on it. But those would be my main 6. Then, of course, the other ones would just be out there.
That right there is some good stuff. Old school. By the way, anybody don't want to talk about this topic, this drop down right thing, something get my boy fired. Your job is definitely appreciated. Anybody that's going to say you do, you can stand it when it's going to be.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a main point about when it comes to, obviously the big news today was like the Vikings buying another first overall pick for their draft. And the biggest thing I want to say to all the QBs or like the teams in the top 3 is do not trade down. Or if you have the opportunity to get a QB, get a QB. Because based on the draft class for next year's NFL, you're not going to be lucky to get as many good prospects as you would be for this year. As you only got Quinn from Texas Longhorns, and you got the Sanders from
Yeah, I'm with you, old school. I've got Jalen Milroe, Shadur Sanders, and Quinn Ewers. Those are my only 3 first-round prospects for 2025, and I think next year's class is significantly weaker than this year's group. I like the quarterback from Houston as a dark horse, but I'm not sold on Allard. I think he may be a boomer bust prospect, but we'll see what happens this fall.
Yeah, it's like I like Carson Beck too from Georgia. I think he's got some potential.
I just think like next year they may prioritize as like a running back last year. I don't know if that's offensive line, that's what they're looking for. This year, I think that when it comes to the top 3, just don't trade down. I think Taylor Williams, I think is the consensus being the first overall pick. I was always a fan of Drake May, but considering that the Commanders' O-line has been absolute dog shit for all this time, I think you're going to need someone who can actually run out of pocket like Jake Daniels to dodge and weed as well as anyone else would in that situation. And I just think that, Commanders picking Jake Daniels will probably be a better fit than Drake May given the situation in that organization still in the rebuilding phase. Same for Patriots, I think that Drake May probably be a better fit. I don't know if, again, we don't know what Ron Mayo's ideas of how he runs plays or how he runs it, but it's similar to like Bill Belichick. I think he'd probably be a better fit for their schematics scheme for his play. Then again, it's always going to be a question of whether or not the offensive line is going to hold up there because it wasn't really all that great the last 2 years with guys like Mac Jones, Bailey Zappi being there. And that's basically, I think Marvin Harrison Jr., the Cardinals should be lucky to be able to get that pick because if you're able to get someone like Marvin Harrison, I think he's definitely the best wide receiver prospect you've seen in this class or like any draft of any years. Malik Neighbors, I think he would be wide receiver number 1 pick if it wasn't for Marvin. So whoever picks up any of those wide receivers probably better off. As a Jaguars fan, I am very much bummed out that we lost out on Calvin Ridley, but we didn't have the money to actually get him. So as a Jags fan, we are looking at probably a better offensive lineman to bolster, because this is Trevor Lawrence's last chance to get a big money deal. So any chance for him to actually succeed is going to either rely on how good his wide receivers are, as well as how depth his O-line is going to protect him, which they've made some good picks, picking up Gabe Davis, who I think is probably a wide receiver 2 or 3 for them. But I think that they definitely need to go with wide receivers this draft class. And yeah, that's basically all the draft notes I got for this year so far.
Well, that's some good stuff. Right now, I'm driving. So I'm trying to drive this thing while I'm almost home. So I'll let you guys know how some good stuff is. Yeah, good stuff to listen to while I'm driving home or whatever. Mike, you was first in coach. You got your hands up there.
Are we keeping it on topic with QB wide receiver, or is it like a free for all? What's the topic?
For right now, free fall. Still trying to stop what's happening.
Okay. All right. So I'm again Patriots fan here. Just to push back on the big FSU guy. You definitely don't see Jordan Travis as anything in the NFL. I think the kid's a gamer. I just think he's light the lower half. Accuracy's a little bit all over the place. But more so the kind of topic that I wanted to get to was, the draft really starts with the Patriots. At pick 3 there. The Patriots kind of really hold that key there. They obviously didn't address any needs in free agency. They're limited on the picks, on premium picks. First, 34, and 68. I was hoping that they can do. I know the NFL frowns upon it, but I was hoping they would do one of these NBA type moves. They try to find one of these teams that has a bad contract on the roster. They attach a second or third to the player. You give them a pick swap, whatever, 5th, 6th, something late, and just kind of take the bad contract on, kind of utilize that cap space just for a premium pick, just because it's obviously the free agent class wasn't too many. It was pretty much top heavy from the players that were out there. So it just kind of gives the Patriots another top 75 pickish to kind of help bolster this roster. Definitely like to double dip at wide receiver. But I do think the draft does start at 3. Whether it's, the front office wants to trade back, I think you have to take the quarterback. But the Patriots are just so deficient at so many different positions, and there's so many different ways that you can take it. But I really, like I said, I do think the draft starts at 3. I'm a big Penix guy. I think he's 4th ranked in this draft. That's where I would have him. Personally, I think you could probably get him maybe, late teens, maybe early 20s. That way you utilize that 5th-year option on the quarterback. But I just want to see other people's thoughts on that. As far as, mainly as to maybe kind of trade, like I said, take on a bad contract for a premium pick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually like that idea you were mentioning. I know sometimes some teams, they trade players for draft, like a late round swap if they want to get rid of a contract. I know the Rams did that last year with Allen Robinson.
Is anybody talking?
And,
yeah, he's speaking right now.
Yeah,
well, I can't hear him. Can you hear me? I can hear you. I just can't hear Coach if he's talking. But that's hello. Can you hear me now?
Drop down, bro.
Yeah, just drop down real quick and I'll hear you. Go ahead, Coach. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, we were talking. Oh yeah, the contract thing. Yeah. So what the Bears did with Keenan Allen, the Bears had 56 million in cap space. Chargers wanted to cut Keenan Allen, cut him loose because I think he's getting 30 million or something. So the Bears gave him a 4th, and they were able to take on that contract. I wish teams did more of that kind of thing. I think that's a really good way to maybe just get rid of salary cap, or just move around in the draft, maybe get some extra picks, whatever you want to do with that. But yeah, it's another thing. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was with the Commanders at number 2. I think they're in a bigger
problem than they think they actually are. Because one of the things that, like, Cliff Kingsbury, their new offensive coordinator, struggles with a lot in his scheme is with the pass protection. Because I remember, like, Kyler Murray in Arizona, they had, like, anytime anyone would blitz, like, there was no plan or adjustment to, like, protect him with, like, more guys. And he was constantly scrambling around. So I think they're definitely going to have to consider that when looking at their quarterbacks. And when you look at the quarterbacks here, I think, like, Jaden Daniels is much better than Drake May in terms of playing versus pressure and on the move. Because that's one of Drake May's biggest problems is how he plays versus pressure. I mean, even though he can make plays on the move, I think it's still a concern for him versus pressure. I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury's changed his scheme. Probably has. I mean, like, not many coaches go 7 years without changing their schemes, but they probably have some pass protection concerns within their line. Plus, their line doesn't have much talent there. I think they're really going to have to focus on the mobility factor of their quarterback in terms of how they want him to, in terms of, like, how productive they think they're going to get. That's why I put Daniels in that spot over May for that specific reason, because you see Daniels versus pressure, he's taking off and running, and he'll put his head down and run through you, even though he's, like, barely 200 pounds. Like, he's got that dog in him that not many quarterbacks have. So I think that's something that's different than him that makes him stand out a lot versus Drake May.
Yeah, Daniels definitely played the best under pressure. Of the 3 QBs I saw on film, I did film cuts of Caleb versus San Jose State, Drake May versus South Carolina, and Jaden Daniels versus Alabama. Daniels versus Alabama was probably the best individual game film of those 3, just in terms of reacting to pressure properly and just staying calm in the pocket and letting the play develop.
Hey guys, here's Luis Tavi, Falcons fan. So I just wanted to ask you guys, how are we viewing this corner class versus the edge class? I saw a couple guys rating guys like Quinion Mitchell, Terry Arnold higher than guys like Dallas Turner and Garrett Burse. But for me, the bust potential with these edge guys is really high. Well, there are some outliers like Taylor Latu. But if you look at just the Alabama guy, what's his name? Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner. He has a lot of good traits, but I don't think he's as polished. So me personally, for the Falcons at 8, I would like to go with Quinion Mitchell personally. And I also wanted to ask another question for you guys. How are we viewing this JJ McCarthy hype? And do any of you guys have him higher than Drake May? And what do you think the reason for this hype is?
I'll jump. No, they don't have him higher than Drake May. As far as JJ, I think the hype is just because you do see a lot of traits that just really jump as having the potential to develop at the next level. So it's all on the potential high upside. As far as the edge versus corner, I think for the premiums, as far as the top end of it, the edge class is at the top end for me slightly better. But when it comes to the overall class, I personally like the corner class. So I'm like you, I like Quinion Mitchell a ton. But I wouldn't take him per se over Jared Verse or Dallas Turner or even Latu, because in my opinion, you can get better quality corners later in the draft than the quality of the edge you're going to get later in this draft. So I would take the premium edge if I was the Falcons over the corner.
Yeah, edge definitely is a bigger position of need than corner. But I agree with the Falcons fan. There are some legitimate concerns with Dallas Turner against Texas. he couldn't win any one-on-ones against Christian Jones when he was lined up against Jones. I think Turner's a liability against the run. I love Jared Verse and Leatu Latu. If the Falcons want either one of those guys at 8, I'm all for that. But I think Quinion Mitchell, honestly, maybe even Nate Wiggins check off more boxes than Dallas Turner. But Dallas Turner fixed his run stuffing woes against Michigan in the playoffs. So I can see why a lot of people think Dallas Turner is the consensus #1 edge in this draft. I don't agree with that thought process, but I can see why people think that.
Yeah, I love I like this. That's actually a really good question when we compare the edge and the cornerback classes. I think the premier edge rushers in this class are better than the premier corners in this class, but in terms of depth, I think this cornerback class has better depth than the edge class, and to be honest, I don't think it's that close. But I think, I really like Quinion Mitchell. I like Nate Wiggins a lot. I think they have great length and great instincts. I think they can do really good stuff in the NFL. Cooper DeJean I like a lot. Both the guys from Alabama are both dogs. I think, when it comes to the edge guys, I like Chop Robinson. We haven't really mentioned his name, but I really love him. I love his get-off. He reads the snap really quickly. He doesn't even need to have a great pass rush move because he can just get off the snap so quickly and zoom past an lineman. And we saw him at the combine, he was exploding in the 40-yard dash. And Dallas Turner is similar. I think his runs. I think he's better off as an outside linebacker in a 3-4. His run stopping concerns are. I think that can get developed with a few more years, hit the weight room a little bit, work on that lower body, and he did do better against Michigan, so that's improving. Latu, I think, actually is a guy I'm concerned with medical history. I think that's going to be concerning, and also he plays very high, and it can be very bad against the run. If he's going up against a good offensive tackle right away, he's going to be a liability. I've seen numerous reps where he's just getting thrown out of the way in zone run schemes. But as a pass rusher, he's very quick, very good instincts. Probably has the best pass rush repertoire in terms of moves of all the guys in this class. But yeah, if he can, it's with health mainly for him, and if he can fix that pad level and stuff, because if he can stay healthy, he'll be a star. But if those injuries start to pile up, then it can be tricky for a guy like him. And then another guy I love in this draft is Mohamed Kamara out of Colorado State.
Well said.
I mean, he's an undersized guy, but he went off at the combine. You watch his film, and he's one of the best. He has a great get-off. He stays low. He's only 6'1", so he stays low to the ground. And I actually met one of his coaches, and they said one of his concerns is stiffness, but he's actually pretty flexible, and so he's able to turn the corner while he's leading at the same time, and a lot of his practice tape is even his pure clinic tape. He has great technique for a guy his size. I think he can be a steal in the mid rounds. I currently have him as my number 5 edge rusher. And he's, really good bend, really good in turning the corner, and very good pursuit, too, in open space. I think he can do well in pretty much any scheme. I think that guy's getting slept on a lot. So,
you could not be more correct about Mohamed Kamara, because that guy stood out. I did do film cuts of Shadur Sanders and Torrey Horton, but I did upload the full game of Colorado State to Rumble, and Kamara stood out in that game. So did tight end Dallin Holker, even though Torrey Horton went back to Colorado State. Holker and Kamara stood out in that game, and their impact on both sides of the ball was significant. So,
Kamara kept popping up on that.
Yeah, he did.
He just kept making plays. He just kept being in the backfield. He just looked annoying, and those players are really good in the NFL. That gets you paid. Go ahead. I'll go after him first, Nate. Fire it up.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I just made it home. Gonna let Fire and Nate takes off. Again, since I'm home, gonna be back on the scheduled program, should I say?
in this draft. A lot of you guys are. I mean, I think if we were to revisit this, maybe like 1 to 2 years down the road, we might come back and say, "Oh, that guy was a top 10. We just missed him." But based on what we see right now, I mean, if I was a top 10 team, I would kind of stay away. But I understand he comes first, so I can see the Falcons making a move for somebody like a Verse or Turner. But I think all of them have a problem at some point. I mean, Turner is more of he's an athletic freak, but he disappears from certain games, right? Like you said, the Texas game, he kind of disappeared from that one. Verse, good player, he produces in bunches. He'll go through a stretch in Florida State where he has no sacks, and then one game he has 3.5. so he just jump off the screen out of nowhere for you. So I don't know how you get him to be more consistent. Latu, again, somebody mentioned the injury history. I'm a little bit concerned with. I think he might be okay though. If I was to pick one right now, I think he might have the best shot of being productive in the league, but I still don't know. I still the jury's open on him. And then Chop, again, another one that does the disappearing act. So I'm much higher on the corner class. I think this is the draft to really get some talent. That can make a difference on the team, especially at the top end. I love Nate Wiggins. I think he's a dude. Terrion Arnold, I think he's a dude. Quinn Mitchell has all the tools. We just got to see it on the field, but I think he can be a dude as well. So, I mean, if I was in a GM seat, I'd definitely try to make a move for a corner in this draft. And I also wanted to point out to the earlier point, this would be a draft, in my opinion, I want to get the group's opinion. To me, this is a draft that you should consider trading back if you're on the top end and you're not in the top 3. So let me know your thoughts about that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about edge first. Nate to go, and then we're all going to try and answer Fire's point. That's the point, and I think, with other people in conversation say that you should trade back in this draft, but it's a darn deep draft. So that's a very interesting point that I was actually going to get into. So, Nate, go ahead and get your take on, and then we're all going to try and see if we can answer Fire. Yeah, so a guy for me that I want to talk about with you. So we have the top 3 edges, Dallas Turner, Jared First, but the tail that too. But a guy that I was watching that just popped off to me was Jonah Ellis out of Utah. I saw the games, and I mean, he was dominating, and I really don't understand why there isn't more hype for him. I get the injury history. That's why he wasn't at the combine. But going back to the other point, I definitely would trade back. If I was a team like the Patriots, I could see the Vikings moving up to get Drake May or a JJ McCarthy. So, yeah, most definitely. For me, Chop Robinson, I see a lot of best potential. Yeah. Whatever they done to find someone, or you want to drop down and come back up. Yeah. I'm going to drop down.
He's big. That's what he said. He's big.
Yeah, I bet he is. So, if you can come back, go down and come back up, I'll pick you.
Yeah, he was speaking about Jonah Ellis being this guy at the end. So.
Yeah.
Go down and come back up. That's the guy. That's the guy.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. I really like him a lot.
While Nate's coming back up, I want to give my top 5 quarterbacks. In my opinion, number 1 is Caleb. I think he has superstar talent with immense upside. I do think he has some flaws in his game. Sometimes he tries to be hero ball too much. But, I want to say that because his team is really not that good, or the pressure of being a Heisman, the pressure
issues, and it's okay to take a single. He doesn't have to get a home run every play. I think he's going to really, really shine in this league. I'm gonna be quick. He get your take on my guy Jonah Ellis. Number 2 would be like 2A and 2B. I'm kind of like coach with that. Like I know like I watched Drake May film, and I'm like, dang, man, he's good. And he does have some raw, some technique issues and footwork issues. But Josh Allen had those same issues. Lamar Jackson couldn't throw the ball. I mean, Jalen Hurts couldn't throw a ball from here until somebody standing right next to him at Alabama. And then, all 3 of those guys are making $200 million in this league. So, I don't want to hear he can't do this. He has a big time arm machine that's stronger with, some mechanical fixes. He has, he's smart, he's tough, he's willing to stand in that pocket, sometimes stand in the pocket too long, which is getting him, shots in the NFL and beat turnovers. But I believe he can get to a good coaching staff. He can be really good in this league. Jaden Daniels, I mean, to me, he reminds me of RG3. He come out of Baylor. I mean, big time arm, especially deep down the field. Exponentially great athlete. The best athlete at the quarterback position, in my opinion. I mean, my problem with him is the same problem I had with RG3. Bro, can you please get there? For the love of God, can you please get there? I mean, that's one of my major problems. I mean, I'm just like, bro, like, even with the rules to protect quarterback, it's like, I don't know. He just like, I don't understand. He gets right back up every single time. I have no idea. Like, I'm too big. But he gets up every single time. My number 4 guy is Michael Penix Jr. I'm a big time Michael Penix Jr. fan. I was a big fan of his at Indiana. So I think he's amazing. And big arm, can hit all the throws. To me, he's a traditional stand in the pocket guy. I still believe in the pocket guy. I know there's a lot of folks who wants to, put everybody who stands in the pocket in the retirement home. But I still believe they can play in this league. And then number 5, I have J.J. McCarthy. I think he's nice. I think he can run your offense in the NFL. I think he has some good talent to work with. And I'm going to be interested to see where he goes. And then, of course, Spencer Rattler, Bo Nix rounds out my top 7. I think all 7 of those guys can play in the NFL and start. Maybe not this year, but that later half of their rookie year into their second year, I think they can be bona fide starters in this league. But before I get into my edge, I want to have Nate Cook on Jonah Ellis right quick. That's one of my guys.
Yeah, of course. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
You sound great.
Okay, perfect. So I want to talk about Jonah Ellis out of Utah. So as I said, I really like this guy. Really good arm length. And the technique for me, I think he's one of the most polished edge rushers out of this class. And if it had not been for the injury, I think he would be one of the top edge rushers being talked about. But going back to what you said about the quarterback rankings, I wanted to give mine out. So they're a little bit controversial, but at 1 and 2, I got Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. That's my first tier. And then for my second tier, I got Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, and Drake May. So I'm a big Bo Nix fan. I think what we saw at Auburn and him being able to mature at Oregon and being able to control that play extension ability, which at some point really worked for him. But, watching Auburn games, it was just backyard football, basically. So I think that could really translate into the NFL, that play out of structure ability for Bo Nix. And if he can control it and learn how to use it, similar to the problem with Caleb Williams, it would be amazing for him. Also, the problem that I have with Drake May is that, in my opinion, for him to be successful, along with J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix, he has to go the Jordan Love route and sit for a couple of years. I think he's really, really raw. The footwork, the reading, and I feel like if you just take a more secure guy in Bo Nix, I think in my opinion, that would be better. The problem for me for Michael Penix is that he's not much of an athlete. I think he has it in him. I think it's a little bit similar to what we saw with C.J. Stroud last year. But C.J. Stroud's last game against Georgia really shushed the haters. But for me, with Michael Penix, if he goes to a bad O-line and he has to start the first year, I mean, it's going downhill. Similar to all these other quarterbacks, I get it. But for me, especially Michael Penix, because the play extension and when things get ugly in the pocket, I just think he relies too much on his arm talent, man. And yeah, that's all for me.
Hey, Nate, just curious. Did you watch any of Penix when he was at Indiana? Because I'm just wondering because he got out the pocket a little bit more frequently when he was at Indiana, but that's also when he started getting his injuries to his knees and stuff. And I'm just wondering if maybe that causes his hesitancy now to get out of the pocket.
Yeah, I definitely didn't watch the Indiana tape, but yeah, that definitely could have caused some trouble there.
One quick question, guys. Does anybody who don't want to speak on this topic or on the next topic, can somebody let Dom see in? I don't know why X don't allow us to speak used to be, but Dom C wants to speak. So anybody wants to pass on the conversation, drop down real quick. I'll add you right back. Dom C, what up, bro? You want to say anything about the QBs or anything?
Hey, man. Hey, guys. Jets fan here. So I know, I mean, Christ, you want to talk about QBs, this is the team to talk about QBs, right? I said that joke, obviously. No, but, I just wanted to, I don't need to go in. I wanted to share one thing. I know there was somebody that talked about Spencer Rattler before. I actually think that Spencer Rattler has a better chance, not a better chance, but I think he's going to be a guy that will end up having a better pro career than when he left college. I think that there's, technically I think he's down. I think he can, although he doesn't have the strongest arm, I think he can make every throw. Footwork is there. Like, I think the one thing that we don't talk about enough when we're, when we're watching film or when we're scouting or we're talking about these college quarterbacks, the one thing that never gets brought up is the offenses that they played at, right? If you watch any South Carolina last year, I mean, that offensive line was horrendous. There was no chance for Spencer Rattler to, step back and develop into a developed pocket or get through progressions, because usually within less than 2 seconds he was already scrambling off the platform and being rushed and have to throw. Counter that with guys like Nix, guys like Caleb Williams, where I think that although both and listen, all these guys that get drafted are talented. I'm not going to say that they're not talented, but I'm questioning how some of their skill sets are going to transition into the next level, because he really didn't see it. The wide open offense, the Washington style offense that they ran in Oregon. To me, it's hard to. It was hard, and I watched a lot of film, but it was hard to see how what he was doing there at Oregon was going to translate into the next level. And forget about I know it was a lot of dump offs. I know that's one thing that's pet peeve of a lot of scouts and a lot of analysts, that he didn't really push the ball down the middle of the field. If it wasn't, balling down the side with Franklin or somebody that broke free or that was schemed wide open, it was a lot of mesh concepts and crossers and dump offs and so on and so forth. And he executed all that great. I mean, that's the offense that he has to execute. But how does that translate into the next level, into the pro style offense? Same thing with Caleb Williams. He's the one that I think will, and I'm using this word, very, in quotation, that can plug and play, that can probably come in and translate the best and be ready to start earlier. Personally, I wouldn't start any of them, outside of Caleb Williams early. I'd give them all the Jordan Love treatment. I happen to think that that's probably better for a quarterback's maturity than we like to talk about. I understand that these guys are drafted early, they paid money and going through, hopefully being drafted by franchises that they're going to be the saviors for. But I think that the transition from a lot of these college games that a lot of these college offenses that they play in is a slow transition. So I think it probably, you got to remember these guys are picked at the top of the draft. They're at the top of the draft for a reason. Unless they traded up there, they get a bad team, right? And I know there was a gentleman talking from New England. Perfect example, and I don't mean this, I know I'm a gentleman, but I don't mean this with no disrespect, but, it's a lot of work that still has to go on, and they're just starting to rebuild that as they, there's nothing wrong with that, but you throw a rookie quarterback into there right from day one, they get stymied, and I watched it happen with Zach Wilson. I watched it happen with Sam Darnold, again, speaking personally with my Jet fans. I watched it, some of these guys need to really sit and learn behind a veteran quarterback and learn the program. But that's all I have on quarterbacks. I'll shut up now.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that's why, when we talk about stuff like that, about bonus, like the offense, a whole bunch of bubble screen, that's why you look at the traits that's so important. You just try to find any type of flash or any type of okay, he can do it, right? Which is why, I believe that scout quarterbacks, especially now with all these spread offenses that everybody runs, it's just getting harder and harder. Because you don't know, it used to be, okay, he runs a post on offense. Okay, we know that, he can read defenses, he can do this, he can do that. Now it's, all right, man, it's 4,500 screens every game. It's dude, I don't know, can they do even read a defense? He's getting the play call from the sideline, and he already knows where to go with the ball. Yep, that's why it's getting harder and harder. But that's why it's so much fun. And also as well, just trying to figure out things. We're gonna get to fire right quick. But my guy Ball Out has a quick question he wanted to ask about some offensive linemen, and this offensive line class is ridiculous. In my opinion, it's the best position group of this class. And no offense to any other position, I'm all about the trenches. People that respond people for, I'm all about the trenches. That's all that I really, really, really care about in life. Besides my life, of course. But that's my second most favorite thing in life is the trenches, offensive, defensive line. So, Fire, you go ahead, and I'm gonna let my guy Ball off next quick question, and then we'll get to Nate and Coach.
Yeah, I just had a quick point about the Spencer Rattler thing, because I think he's the most I don't want to say controversial, but the one, he's the guy that everybody kind of has a different opinion on, and it's tough, right? Because we saw him at Oklahoma, and we saw him struggle mightily, right? And then you would say, okay, well, that's Lincoln Riley, so he has a guy that should be able to coach him up and turn him into a star. But then again, you go to South Carolina, and it's well, he had some flashes of great moments, and then he also struggled because, like somebody said, the offensive line just was a mess over there. So I think he's one of those guys that just has to go to the right situation, right? You need a team that's going to curate the offense towards his abilities, right? Which is downfield throwing, he has a great arm talent, really good arm strength. So you have to kind of cater to that, but you also have to understand that bringing him in as a quarterback, you don't need him starting immediately, right? You need him to kind of process the game from behind the clipboard and kind of watch a vet kind of take over for the first couple of years before you put him in there. But I do think we, again, in that revisit conversation, we might look back and say, man, we really missed on Spencer Rattler. So if he goes to the right situation, he might be a dude. But that was my point on him. I'll let the next guy go.
That's a very good point. keyword situation. That's like Dom C said about Sam Darnold, Geno Smith. I mean, everybody thought Geno Smith couldn't play a lick. Now he getting paid $30 million because he was in a good situation in Seattle. It just shows you how this stuff goes. Ball out. You want to ask a question, bro?
Yeah, it was good, y'all. I just want to see like how y'all view this offensive tackle class, offensive line class in general, because like what Mr Offseason said too, like I really love this class, and I just feel like this is one of the best classes in years. And my favorite prospect really is Olu. Like I really love Olu out of Penn State. He's one of my favorite offensive tackles, and I just want to see like how y'all view this class, like y'all top 5, y'all sleeper and stuff like that, because I really love this class.
First thing I just want to say, ooh, this class. Ooh, this offensive line class. Ooh, y'all let Patty Mahomes get a left tackle. The future is over. It's over. Just cancel your free agency plans. Cancel your draft. Don't even care no more. It don't even matter. It's over. And tell you, I just want to ask you one question. Because you said something that really means near and dear to my heart. Where's the game of football won?
Oh, you already know it's one.
In the trenches.
That's where
I love y'all, man. I love y'all.
First, I'm going to go with Dom C. You go ahead, bro.
Hey, I just want to chime in on the tackles because I too am a guy who thrives in the trenches. That's where that's the talent pool that I like to evaluate the most, especially on the offensive side. I agree that this class is very, very deep. I don't think that necessarily it's the best class, top to bottom, in this draft cycle. I actually think that's the wide receivers, but I think the top of this class is spectacular. And the top, when I'm talking about, maybe the first round, first 50 picks is spectacular. I do think it drops off a little bit, but I'm not going to go through a top 5. Well, I'll list my top 5, but I'll break everyone down just so other people can speak. I don't want to dominate the time. All this I want, and then there's a little gap, and I have Olu and Latham in that next tier. And then there's a little gap, and that's where I have Talise Fonga. And then there's a little gap, and that's where I have Mims and Fatno. Some people will consider him interior, but the guy I'm a little bit higher on than most. I'll let you guys all talk about the guy. The guy I'm a little bit higher on most, and I really believe in is Jason Latham. The size, the power aspect of his game is just absolutely dominant, and his hands stay inside. His punch will jolt people. He literally displaces people on down blocks and in power or gap scheme. He will displace the guy he's blocking. He's long. His footwork is great. He hits the landmarks quick. Shoulder parallel to the line. Does everything that you want. He pancakes more people. And with that ridiculously strong anchor, just stops. You can't rush. With power against him. He'll just crush that right off the bat. The big question I have with J.C. Latham, and again, this stems back to not necessarily J.C. Latham, but necessarily the Alabama offense, is that that RPO style offense. He wasn't asked to set up into a deep vertical pass set very often. No 7-step drops, where you're asking Jalen Milroe to get through progressions or so on and so forth. Everything was RPO based or quick 1-step, maybe 3-step drops and go. So he hasn't really he hasn't really lined up against wide 9 rusher, asking to set in a deep vertical pocket. So I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying that I haven't seen a lot of it. People worry about his size, and again, as a Jets fan, people automatically correlate him to Mekhi Becton. They are so different. They couldn't be more different. I think J.T. Latham has a chance to be a really, really special player in this league. And I also think that he's got the ability to move over to the left, not where I would start him. I'd probably start him on the right side. I know some people think that he could play a guard. Yeah, that's fine. If he ended up in I'm just using this example. I think he's going to be taken way before this. But just say you played him, he ended up in Philadelphia behind a guy like Lane Johnson. Yeah, you want to play guard for a year before Lane Johnson retires or something like that. In that aspect, that's fine too. But I think he's got the skill set. I think he's got the technical aspect. He's absolutely got, the strength and the right mindset to handle the left side. So I'll let everyone else speak about the rest of the guys. I just wanted to make sure I said that because I think Latham, I'm higher on Latham than most, but I think he's really good.
Hey, Vic. Well, first thing first, I want to say I don't know who was second. Who was first with their hands up after Dom. But first
Yeah, that was.
first,
I think it was
say
me.
JC
I
Latham
raised.
is the definition of that guy can play on my team any day, every day of the week. This dude here, man, he puts people on their butts when he's like, I 100% agree with you. I think he's the most stepped on tackle in this class. I mean, there's so many like old school tackles that we haven't seen in a while. Like usually it's these he's so athletic, but he needs to get stronger. He's one of those guys that's he's strong. He country strong. He big strong. Like in my opinion, real quick, I think he's the best tackle to come out of Alabama in Nick Saban's years. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, just keep on sleeping to 32. That's all I'm gonna say. Keep on sleeping to 32.
Hey, Vic, do you know who was first with their hands up?
It might have been me. I put my hand up a while ago.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, y'all can go for me. Y'all go ahead.
If we can go Coach, Avery, Draft, and any New York football junkie. New England. My bad. I said New York.
All right. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's New England. Yeah.
Hey, if you need to drop me down so somebody else can come up, I'm cool with that. I've spoken up.
Oh, you good, bro? You good?
Okay.
Good, bro. You know what? I'm gonna say ADL, Avery, you go first. Then Utopia, then New England football, then coach, then Fires, and he go last. We'll go ADL.
All right, so for me, this is the best subject we can talk about because this is what I played was offensive tackle, and I've been saying it since before the season started. They're going to set a record for the number of offensive tackles that go in first round. The record is currently 7 from 08. I think they get at least 8 in this first round this year. But as far as the guy that gets slept on,
You got to name your 8 now.
yeah, I think we get 8. I think we definitely get 8. Pretty easy too.
Well, the thing is, if you say 8, bro, you gotta name your 8, bro.
Oh, we all know the obvious ones. We got Olu, we got Mims, we got I think Jordan Morgan might slip in there. I don't necessarily agree with that. I love Morgan. Right, yeah.
Same here. Yeah.
Fulanga gonna go in the 8. You got Latham. We already at 6, and then it's where you count versatility. Like, do you take Fundo from Washington and count him as a tackle? That's the thing. That's the best part about the class is the versatility of the tackles. So you got him, and then you got people are already because my sleeper is Graham Barton. People automatically slide him all the way in the center, but I think he can play anywhere along the offensive line, from center through the left side. I think he could play any spot on the offensive line. He to me, he has a lot of the tuning in him, where he has that type of versatility. And the thing is, do you want him to be a really good tackle, or do you want him to be an all-pro interior lineman? So it's just what you need at the moment. But I think we definitely going to get that 8, and I'm excited to see it because to me, this is the best offensive tackle class we've had that I can recall ever.
That's good stuff, man. Hey, real quick, are you from Kansas City?
I am not from Kansas City. I'm actually from Tennessee, but I grew up in Chiefs fan before we ever got the Titans. So,
Love, man. I always love my fellow Chiefs fans. It's very scarce out here. They all hating on us. It's okay though.
right.
Hey, we ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
What is it in Graham Barton's game that makes you say that? Because that guy's got guard written all over it. So what is it like in his game that you see?
To me, it's So I call it like a VIP trait. It's the vision, the ability to see it before it happens. You see the games that's about to unfold before they unfold. Then you're incisive. You know the move you're going to make to counter what's getting ready to come, so you're quick to make those moves. And then his footwork and positioning, how he positions himself allows him to be able to still, even though he's not the greatest athlete to be on the tackle, he still is able to position himself to get between him and the quarterback, between the edge and the quarterback. So he's able to use his footwork to his advantage, even though it's not the quickest. It's because he knows where he's trying to get to, and he gets there ahead of the game that's coming, and he's able to counter those games because he keeps a good stout base up underneath him.
I think he's like a Joe Tooney clone, but not. Thanks, man. I just appreciate it. Just curious.
Yeah, that was good stuff, Avery. Real good stuff. I actually learned some stuff.
Yeah,
I love
Avery, and then don't get into Draftopia next. This is real football talk right here. We talking about some real technique right here. This is some stuff that you just don't hear that any other place. This is what I was looking for. This is some good stuff, man. I never thought about the real part of the time before, and you just broke it down perfectly. Like, you know what? Now I gotta go back to the tape and see, what I was missing and what you were seeing. I appreciate that, Avery. That's some good stuff. Draft Utopia, thanks, bro. And then we're gonna get to New England and coach and fire. There's no rush anybody.
All right.
It's gonna be going for a while.
Okay, so as far as this draft goes, someone here, I think it was Coach, who brought up a scenario where when are we going to see a team trade back to get more value? There's just so much blue chip talent at the top of this draft that I think the earliest we see a team trade back is number 19, the Los Angeles Rams. I know that sounds like kind of a hot take, but I think everyone in the top 18 is going to take their guy, just given how much talent there is in this draft class. And as for the offensive tackles, I have 30 offensive tackles as draftable. I think 25 of them are good enough to develop into starters. I would say 13 of them are day one starters, the guys in rounds 1 through 3. 10 of them have the ceiling to become Pro Bowlers. And I would say 5 of them could be all pros, and those are the first round guys. That's just how deep this offensive tackle class is. And that's excluding guards who are versatile enough to play tackle. My top 2, Cooper Beebe of Kansas State and Graham Barton of Duke. I do like Beebe slightly more than Barton, but both are going to be day one starters, most likely at guard, but both can play tackle if you need them to, with their experience at all those positions on the offensive line. So those are my thoughts on this class. And I think the top 4, Alt, Fashanu, Fuaga, Guyton, those are blue chip guys for me. And you could throw Latham in there as well, because he's the last guy I have a surefire first round grade on. But you look at 6 through 10, there's some guys who could sneak into that first round conversation. I have Troy Fatanu as my final second round tackle, but Kingsley Suamadia, Patrick Paul at Houston, Jordan Morgan, Arizona, and Amarius Mims, Georgia. I have round 2 grades on all those guys, but a few of those guys could sneak into the back end of round 1 if we see all 5 of those tackles get picked in the top 20. It's very possible. So those are my thoughts. What do you guys think on this? Because I'm curious to hear what everyone else in the group thinks.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, all very good stuff. I think, and maybe I'm different here, guys, but I think Jordan Morgan side is next level. I for sure, listen, it's not a knock on him as a player. I thought he was very, he was very good. I love his athleticism. There's something in him. Well, I mean, it probably has to be sub 33 arms is the big factor.
Yeah, the arm length.
Yeah, I still think that you put him in a zone blocking scheme. You put him at guard, let him move the space and really utilize that athleticism. I think you're going to have something really good. To me, and again, I'm referring. I'm trying to keep referring back to the Jets because that's my team. I think ABT. ABT obviously left tackle USC. Jets drafted him to be a guard. He was a guard, but in the pinch he moves outside. He handles it.
he smells inferior. He smells like an inferior guy all, so.
I'll have to go back and watch that, man. That was good stuff. Watch film on Birdman. But draft, you said a name that, I don't think he's getting enough love, man. Cooper Beebe. That dude, man, he's bad. And I'm very biased because I actually play high school football with him, man. That's actually a really good friend of mine. He's a dog, man. He's a dog. He doesn't get enough love. I think his prospect fatigue with him, but man, he's been starting since he was a freshman. Even back in high school, man, you just knew he was next level. So yeah, I'm glad somebody mentioned his name. He's just heavy footed. That's all. He's a stud, though. He's an athlete, man. I remember he played basketball. Like he's a stud. I'm so glad somebody mentioned his name.
Left guard, the right tackle, I can do it all. Good call. That dude, when I first watched him on film, I was like, damn, this dude is big. But football junkie, go ahead, folks. We're going to get to fire coach and a baby in court.
So my biggest thing that I wanted to talk about now, you guys were talking about offensive line, and it's really good to hear. But with the NFL going to 18 games, these offensive line guys are going to be even more important being younger, because right now the passing game is more being used than the running game. So it's more chances of offensive tackle guard getting hurt compared to what it used to be with the run game, because when you're blocking, it's 1, 2, 3 for like a run. For passing, it's a little bit longer. So hearing a lot and hearing how deep this class is, it's a good sign for the NFL maybe to carry more offensive line guys to kind of help that for the future.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that durability is going to become a bigger concern with the linemen, especially since they might expand to 18 games. I really think that some of the guys with, like we were talking about, like Graham Barton, like he's a guy, like if he has inside written all over him. One thing on his film, he is one nasty MFer. He will finish every single play. Like I was watching the Clemson game again. He was going up against Ruka Rororo, Tyler Davis, and Xavier Thomas in that stacked Clemson defense. And he was just tossing guys and driving them into the ground the whole time. Like that guy is built for the big moments, and that guy is gonna be like successful he's got good footwork to be a really good puller. So like in a pulling game, you can have like a running back follow him through a hole, and he'll go for like at least 10 yards because he'll just pancake a linebacker or a D lineman downfield or something. And then another guy we haven't mentioned is Patrick Paul from Houston. He's like 6'7", 36.5-inch arms, and he did like 29 bench reps, which for a guy with that big of length is insane strength. And you watch him on film, his footwork, especially in his kick slide, is really sloppy, so I feel like he'll take a while to develop, especially if he's a left tackle. But I think like once you get him going, like say the Eagles want to draft him to replace Lane Johnson or something, he'd be a good guy to sit for a year, maybe move inside the guard for a bit, and then move out once Lane retires. He'd be perfect there. I also think, like we said earlier, we could see like at least 8 linemen go in the first round. I think JPJ from Oregon has one of the best anchors I've ever seen from a center in recent memory. I love these guys. Troy Fatanu, Fuaga. These guys have great technique on film. They stay low. They finish plays. And they're great. And they're leaders among their teams as well. And like we mentioned, Cooper Beebe. That guy's been doing it all since he was a kid. He's built for the moment. He's battle-tested, and he's definitely going to be good at the next level. Also just saw the Jets signed Tyron Smith, which is a really big move. I wonder if that's going to change their draft plans or not. But I'm probably going to step out here. Just want to say thanks for having me speak on. Thank you, Mr. Offseason. This was really fun. I hope we can do this more often. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for letting me speak. And it was great to meet all you guys and talk. And yeah, just hit me with a follow. I'll follow you guys back.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm gonna piggyback. I gotta bounce too. But guys, I do a draft related I do a lot of draft-related content. If anybody ever wants, especially now, if anyone ever wants to, come on and chop up prospects in depth, positional and whatnot, hit me up in the DMs. I'm always happy to bring on you guys who know and can talk ball.
Sounds good, bro. So you about to leave, Dom C?
Yeah, in a minute or two. I was gonna bounce out.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just want to say right quick.
Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, bro, I couldn't hear you. Kind of had went out a little bit. I didn't want to interrupt you. Kind of had went out a little bit, bro. If you drop down and come right back up, make sure that you make it.
All right, well, I got. No, he gotta go. He just said the same thing, man. And Coach, I want to piggyback off that. Coach Dom, I brought some great stuff, man. Great stuff. I really appreciate it, man. I shot y'all a follow. Hopefully, I'll be hearing from y'all more.
Also,
Yeah, of course. Thanks. It was really fun.
Your boy Aaron Rodgers just got some damn good help. Tyron Smith just signed to the Jets.
Yeah, I just seen that, man. It still doesn't get me off tackle at 10. Let's keep it 100. Tyron Smith, when he's on the field, is dominant, but he hasn't stayed on the field, for a whole season in a while. You got Morgan Moses. I really like that trade. You ended up, in essence, you moved. You did pick swap in the 4th round, so you moved from 112 to 129. So you lost 17 spots in the 4th round and gave up one of the conditional picks that you got in the 6th round for Morgan Moses. So for me, that solidifies the right side, the left side. Both guys are 33 years old. Tyron Smith has an injury history. Still going to move me off of a tackle at 10, But there's options. There sure is options. So I appreciate y'all, for real.
Oh, sir, we appreciate you. You do a lot of good stuff. I've been in your space, seeing you work on Twitter. Everybody here does very good stuff, which is why I invited every single one of you guys. And I'm glad that you all came. I'm glad that you came. I know that you're busy. You always have space. So, glad that you took some time to come out. So, we appreciate it. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you for listening and coming out. I really, really do. A little late start because of the weather stuck at work. I'm glad you guys came. We have Fire. And we got a man Court. And then Nate. You know, right? We have Fire, Nate, and Court. Go ahead, Fire.
Yeah, man, just real quick, I wanted to talk about the tackles. First off, I just want to say I definitely agree with everybody that this is the draft for the O-line. I mean, it's crazy. The amount of talent that can be gotten in this draft, especially on the front end. Man, I think it was AD who mentioned the 8 tackles. That's why I made him name them. He kind of messed me up with that one because, I mean, I'm looking at my list right now. Yeah, I can see all these guys on this first. I mean, I have Mims, all on the first 2. Then I have Fuaga, who I actually have as the best tackle in the draft. And that's crazy for me to say because I'm a Notre Dame fan. I love all of it. I think Fuaga just has endless potential. Then I have Mims, Latham. I do have Guyton going in the first, Fanu, and then Morgan was the one that I was questioning on, just like the arm that the talent is there. And then y'all just made me think about Graham Barton. I wouldn't even think about him as tackle. I was only considering him as guard or center. So, that makes sense. I mean, I think this is going to be that type of draft where we see an extreme run on the offensive tackle position, and the early second too. So I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I like some of the discourse that's going around, and yeah, you just gave me a new hot take. So I'm putting that one on the list here too. I was going just totally change the subject and throw something else out there. But the tackle conversation is really good.
Thank you for that, boy. Nathan, go ahead, man. Should I still?
Yeah.
I just want to say that quick, man. I'm sorry. I'm definitely going to have you going forward. I'm definitely a little bit more. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with the type of stuff there being 8 tackles off the board. But I also want to talk a little bit about this wide receiver class, which I kind of have a hot take. This may be the greatest wide receiver class of all time. I think it's one of the deepest class we have seen, with guys like Jermaine Burton, Xavier Legette, and I just want to talk about a guy who I haven't seen the consensus be really high on, and that's A.D. Mitchell for me. I'm seeing him play in Texas, and the route running and the smooth route as they're running just reminds me a lot of CeeDee Lamb. I get the run after the catch isn't really there for him, and I think he could be an alpha potentially if he goes to a good destination. But yeah, so some underrated guys for me in the wide receiver class are A.D. Mitchell, Ricky Pearsall, and also Jamari Thrash is, I think, one of the smoothest wide receivers and could be potentially the Tank Dell of this year. So yeah.
Well, I like how you talk. Yes, A.D. Mitchell, I do a list every year of my 7 impeccable prospects to watch. He was number 1 on that list before the season started because he's definitely got that potential. I think the thing that stands out to me the most is when you watch Texas in the biggest moments, that's who they go to. Every time when it's a bad play, they go to him. And that speaks volumes. And you right on Thrash, too. My comfort for Thrash is more of a Torrey Holt, but I think he's going to be a hell of a player if somebody gives him that chance and he gets to the right spot.
Torrey Holt, man, that's a high bar. That's a high bar, man. That's
Super.
You definitely hit on the
Yeah. No, the thing with Jamari Thrash that I saw is he's a little bit small. So if he's pressed, I see him succeeding in a Tank Dell role, which having him run a lot of heavy play action and just having run off the line of scrimmage.
Tank Dell is a really good cop, man.
especially being with Houston. That's my boy. We want to get to some wide receivers that want to get like G5 in a little bit. So we're going to get a deep dive into that. It's like whatever you want, they got. Slide guy, big guy, small guy. Cortland, you want to go? Cortland in life and Baltimore. And we're going to get to some wide receivers. Cortland still there, but
Yeah, I think Cortland was it.
I'm off, man. What's up, y'all?
How you doing, man?
I'm fine. What's up, Tate? Everybody, man. It's a good draft talk man. Here. I kind of feel I'm in my element now because, a bunch of draft minds. So it's good to hear everyone kind of give a breakdown, too. Because you hear a lot of people talk draft, and it's just, I like this guy because I like him. And it's no backing to it. So I like that, these guys, y'all, we got the minds in here tonight. So I got to set my game. But we were talking about tackles, man. I think a couple of tackles y'all basically took all the big names. I think Frank Crum out of Wyoming. I think that is a guy that a lot of people need to look for. Definitely in those mid rounds, he could sneak into the second round depending on how the first 8 to 10 fall. I mean, this is a guy who, and I just because I watched him a lot because he's played for my team, Michael Ruse. He reminds me a lot of that guy. A guy who long, athletic, strong, technical, right? Has a long frame, can put some muscle on, and he can move, right? Like when I watched him at the combine, and I'm like, this is one of the loosest movers I've ever seen with at that height, right? Being able to bend at the hip, and he keeps his leverage. Doesn't let guys get into his body. Very, very, very technical, sound kick step. Like one of the kick steps I've ever seen. So out of a tackle prospect. So I really like that guy. And then I also want to talk about Kingsley Tuamasae, a guy who has an NFL pedigree because of who his first, because a lot of people don't really realize his original left tackle in Penei Sewell. And they both played at Oregon. So that's how Oregon had probably in college football, just right there, really elite athletes. Right, he's a really smooth mover, ambidextrous, right side. He's a smooth puller. So also so it's where that at BYU when Clemson twist is where that he got he's really smooth inside and then kick back outside and also help back inside. So like there's brain in the left tackle's body. Like that guy. And then I forgot. I didn't really catch who was talking about. It's very good. I wouldn't say greatest wide receiver class because I like to give guys two. We put that on it, but this is probably the deepest wide receiver class we've seen in about a decade. The top 4 or 5 guys, it's like okay. If you go deeper into this draft, guys like a man from Pittsburgh, I can't think of his name right now, and it just skipped my mind, but I really right, another that he hype points the ball very well, can make some things happen after the catch. Javon Baker is a guy who I think is going to wow a lot of people once he gets to the next level. And then Rosemy Jackson out of Georgia, good Senior Bowl, is a good runner. Him and mirrors of each other. I think Baker's a better athlete than Rosemy Jackson, but I think Jackson is going to be one of those guys who has a very long career as a sure-handed receiver in the NFL. Regardless, man, this is like this is a draft where if you're a guy start in the third round, right? You're gonna get some depth. You're gonna get in the 5th and 6th round because of how deep the talent is in this draft.
Hey, you should be a scout.
That's the goal.
Like, you did scout.
He was deep in the bag, man.
That is my man, Colin. I knew when he said I gotta be on my A game. I was like,
Yeah. You speak of facts. Speaking facts, numbers, and that was crazy.
but definitely, like everybody in here is, I follow everybody in here. Everybody's so young. It has been one of the aspects of this I've been on this app. Appreciate you guys, everybody bringing tonight. Thank you because I put you in the co-host because it was like no room for anybody. You can go ahead and stay, and then we're gonna go to Light. Ball scored in, I got ball up. Sorry.
Nah, you're good, man. I a bit about Guy Coach. I think he is being a little bit. Many people have compared him to Deebo Samuel, and many people say he has a limited route tree. But in my opinion, he has a situation like Rashee Rice coming out of last year, where I think his skill set didn't really translate to the NFL level, and he goes to a situation where they just let him do his thing, screens, run after them. So Rice is and they just let be really. I think the is also another guy I wanted to talk about is Xavier Legette, South Carolina. I think he's great, man. I think he's a contested catch guy, and in the being, I don't know what it was, 5'10", I think, instead of 6'1", which was him listed. I don't think it was such a needle mover for me, but I think he's amazing ability, contested catch after the catch, and I think he has a lot of upside in this class.
Wait, look at measured in at 5'10".
Yeah, something like I think he measured it.
It was
3/4. My bad.
5'10" is crazy.
Man, this man,
He's still supposed to be 6'3".
Man, I know 6'3", but this man, they say he 5'10", man, on Twitter.
Bro, I was Google.
But I want to ask Traffy. I know he got some wide receivers to talk about, and then I got Eagles. We'll get into him, but first. as life?
Yeah, so we was talking now. Obviously we got the top guys. My crush this draft is Brian Thomas. I think I think if he goes into the right situation, I really think he's really got the best potential. But I think people get this draft confused. There's not that many ones. It's very, your ex receivers, your big playmakers. Like, obviously you have Harrison, Odunze, Labor. So then there's it's mainly a lot of Z's. And then even then later rounds, like your third, late third, early fourth, like your Jacob Collins and E. Smith. These are pure slot guys. These are your 5'8" guys. So I think people, I do think this draft, but it's depending on what you're looking for, it's definitely limited at the X position. Maybe Brendan Rice at the end. He's still a little stiff, around the hips, but I think this draft, it's definitely second round. Jermaine Burton, they're definitely not getting talked on as much as he should. I think he's really got the potential. I love his fiery attitude. Kind of reminds me of Steve Smith a little bit out there. He's definitely got that long game in him. So I'll put that up there, and I'll take that.
Hey, bro, did you want to say anything about the offensive line?
Oh, definitely. Patrick Paul, definitely think, if you can get him in the second round. I definitely hate that technique. I think a lot of these college guys, that hug technique, I definitely think he's going to struggle, with those benders, those rip and pulls. But I definitely think it's I don't think this draft is as deep as people think it is. Just my opinion. I definitely like Roger Rosengarten. I think he's got potential. Chris Jones, maybe you can get those guys in the fourth round. But I think after that, I think it falls off a cliff.
Like he was kind of like me, right? And my whole thing is like I'm gonna get in my offensive lines after Baltimore fall out, and then get sports and watch us wide receivers. But I just want to say about the offensive linemen, they're gonna get a very, very big play for them all the way to the biggest guys in the NFL, especially if you watch film. Like I watch a lot of film, and I love D line play. That's my favorite. Man, these guys in the NFL are a whole 25 minutes. Like, they're going to be like, oh my goodness, they're going to see techniques and athleticism that they didn't see in college. So, hey, some of these guys when they get to the NFL are like, oh, they're not good we think they are. So, hey, it's going to be a rough ride for some of these guys. Even the top guys last year, early on, it was struggling. It was struggling for some of the top guys last year. Because these have.
And I think you get some of these guys benefited from the COVID year. You have a lot of guys, that they're definitely a little bit older, 23, 24, physically they're a little bit more mature, and now, a lot of these passing games, the offensive line calls, definitely don't match up to a lot of these NFL, ready offenses,
We're talking about the Derrick Henry signing.
Hold on one second, bro. We're gonna get to I got Baltimore.
Yeah, I recognize you. Recognize me. I was in voices. We've been in voices space together, so I recognize you. And I just have to say that the level of intellect in here is way more than I normally see on Twitter, and I love it. You have people talking ball. You don't have people just doing their own biased, crappy takes about the move, no crap. You actually have people talking ball, and I love that. And people using real analysis, not just whatever stuff they do to get people upset about something. And you've heard that, you've heard that, and because I've been in spaces with you, people just like to say whatever they want to get a rise out of people. So I love it in here. But as far as the wide receivers, I'm a Ravens fan, so I don't think they'll go because they're all the way down at 30. So I don't think they're going to get any of the top guys. So I think they'll go wide receiver or cornerback or offensive line also. But this is a really deep class. I really like the guy from Texas, as you mentioned earlier. I think Leggett is also a good option. But this is a really, really deep class. But I just wanted to come in here and give props to you for having a space where people are mature and actually want to talk ball. So, just getting something out off their chest.
Hey, boss, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I got y'all mocked to get Leggett and then Tito Temple.
at the bottom of the second. And I think that team is. I think our team really misses that physical presence at the receiver spot. Like, got a lot of this year. We had a lot of finesse receivers. I think Zay is really good though. Because he's a little bit more physical. He's kind of more of the senior kind of guy, right? Like a shorter guy, but he's really physical. I think you guys need that bigger, more physical opposing guys. That's it.
Yeah, we haven't had anyone like that since Anquan Boldin, and then they traded him for no reason. I still don't know why, but we haven't had anyone like that since then. And Anquan Boldin is the perfect guy who chose back up, and we've been missing that ever since.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Anquan Boldin. Well, of course, you said yes. My opinion, I had the time to I put Coleman there. So there's some people are high on Keon Coleman because of who you have. People don't like Keon Coleman. I like Keon Coleman. I think he's a good football player. Testing, and people aren't going to test him. He's one of those guys that I knew he wasn't going to test. He's still got some technical things to work on, but I think for the way that Baltimore plays, the offensive line is going to always have stack boxes. So how do you beat stack boxes? You got to have wide receivers that you beat one-on-one, beat press, and that get the ball down the field, right? He has, in my opinion, the best wide receiver at the catch point. And with Lamar Jackson and that great running with him and Dan Henry, you're going to have Keon Coleman one-on-one, a lot of good opportunities. Or as Xavier Legette, who's also great. Like, I think those guys would be a great fit for Baltimore, a great fit for Lamar, which would help him with that deep ball, which they was kind of lacking this year. And as we saw in that AFC Championship game, definitely needs some work. Right? He missed so many in that game. I think you get one of those guys, man, and they can definitely do some work. My guy Fallout, and then we're going to get with my guy Travis Tokyo about his wide receiver. Go ahead, Fallout. And also, thank you for managing this space. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I don't know who had said it earlier, but someone was like, this might be the best wide receiver draft class we have in a minute. And at first, when he said that, I was like, this guy's crazy. But when I sat down and looked at the draft classes and everything, I'm like, he has a point. Because 20 is my favorite draft class of recent years. And they have Jettas, CD, and a few others. And I'm like, well, we know Dooms, Neighbors, and I forgot bro name from Ohio State. They're gonna come in and you said what?
Yeah, Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Marvin. They're gonna come in and be ones. Well, Doom's the only one I feel like is a little iffy, but yeah, I feel like those three they're instant ones already, and then we still got Legette, like you said, Coleman, Brian Thomas, who still have a lot of upside. But I was just saying because I just want to ask like some of y'all perspective on this. I was arguing with my friend yesterday, my man's, and I was like, the Neighbors, because I'm pretty sure Chargers are going to draft Neighbors. So I'm like, Neighbors is going to come in and outperform what Keenan did last year and be better for them, for Keenan, and mainly because of that aspect of like, Neighbors has the aspect of being able to like have a home run play. Like, he has a speed and everything, which is something they didn't have at all last year. So I feel like he's going to be able to stretch the field way better than what Keenan was able to do. And my man was saying I'm crazy. I'm like, I really feel like that. And I just want to see what's our perspective on that.
Byron, if you want to go first, or anybody want to go, or I'll go.
Yeah, I was going to let y'all respond.
Yeah, go ahead, take it.
Well, we talking about some elite neighbors, right? I love Marvin Harrison Jr. the most. He's my number one guy. But Malik Neighbors, you put him with Justin Herbert, and I had said this in the posting a couple of days ago. Records will be broken. All right, records will be broken. I've said it here on the space. So if he's a bust, you got to come back and laugh at me. But I believe if the Chargers do take Malik Neighbors, records will be broken. I think he's a very good route runner. I think he has the skills to even get better when he gets the nuances of the route running, technical things to work out, especially with some head fakes. You add some head fakes in, then I think he gets to the NFL level. He's going to learn so much. And I think you get him with Justin Herbert and Coach Harbaugh. They don't run the football. He's going to have so many, in my opinion, one-on-one looks because of their ability to run the football with Harbaugh. But everywhere Harbaugh goes, he's proven that he can keep on running the football and that he can do it. So I think you put Herbert with Neighbors, I think they're going to make it. He's an inside-outside guy. To me, he's best on the inside, like Keenan Allen. He's the best on the inside, and you can't tackle him. He has home run speed. You can't tackle the guy. He's strong as hell. He can break arm tackles. And NFL is all about getting your best athletes in space. And I believe that you put him in space with Justin Herbert, throwing him the ball. I see all pros in his future as always. But Draft Utopia, and then Nate, if you want to answer that question, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so back in September when I was doing the receiver rankings, we ended up putting 40 different receivers in the rankings, but we had enough feedback from our readers, from our fan base to go 50, 60 wide receivers. That's how deep this receiver draft is. We had enough engagement from our audience to put 50 or 60 receivers in the rankings. But realistically, we agreed that more than 40 getting drafted, even in a draft this stacked, is very unlikely. So, when I'm looking at this class, I think there are 28 receivers out of that 40 that can be slot receivers in the NFL, or number 3 receivers at the very worst. I think every receiver in my top 40 is a wide receiver 4 at the very worst, and that's in a 4-receiver set. So I think every guy picked can have somewhat of an impact, even if it's a minimal impact. But I think if I had to narrow the gap, I would say there's about 24 or 25 guys that could develop into number 2s. And I'd say there's 11 guys that I think could be number 1s at the next level. I'll go through that list. And all those guys are guys I projected in the first 2 rounds of the draft, the guys that I think could be number 1s. So I'll go. All right. So the top 3, I've got Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, LSU, Marvin Harrison Jr., Ohio State at 1, Malik Neighbors, LSU at 2, and Rome Odunze, Washington at 3. That's no secret. Number 4 for me is Oregon's Troy Franklin. I've been a big fan of Franklin, his game film, his tape for a long time. I had Xavier Worthy graded ahead of Adonai Mitchell back in the fall, and I think Worthy goes ahead of Mitchell, but I think both are day 1 guys. I have Brian Thomas Jr. at 7. I know he's the consensus wide receiver 4. He did have some drops on tape against Alabama, but I do think he rebounded it in a big way at the combine. He could end up going a lot higher than where I'm projecting him. And then my final round 1 guy is Keon Coleman. He could end up slipping to day 2. And then I have Ladd McConkey, Georgia at 9, Roman Wilson, Michigan at 10, and Malachi Corley, Western Kentucky at 11. Those 11, I think, are guys that can develop into number 1 targets on the right team in the NFL. Like, if the Chiefs got one of those guys at 64, I think they could potentially supplant Rashee Rice as the number 1 guy. Rice would be the number 2 guy, but you'd have a very potent passing game that would make things even easier for Patrick Mahomes moving forward. But there's other guys in this list like Polk, Johnny Wilson. I think those are high-end number 2 guys. Javon Baker, Central Florida. I'm high on him as well. He really dominated against Oklahoma. So, I mean, that's just the top 14 in my list. I have McMillan at 15. And, Holy Cross has my dark horse receivers on the Holy Cross Crusaders. It is Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross. That's my dark horse. He reminds me of Christian Watson against Boston College. I think that's a stud receiver. Holy Cross is Jalen Coker. So keep an eye out on him. And there's some really good value picks like Ricky Pearsall, Luke McCaffrey, Brendan Rice, just overall, and you can get those guys in day 3. That's how stacked this class is. Leggett. I do have Jermaine Burton in round 7, but even then he provides value. Anis Smith, Devontae Walker, Jamari Thrash struggled against Renardo Green, the Florida State corner in the ACC title, so I have him in round 4, but I've seen Thrash in round 3 of some draft publications and draft rankings. Jacob Cowing, another really good pick, Dorian Singer, Brendan Rice, just this receiver class is just stacked from top to bottom. But yeah, what do you guys think here? I'm sure we've got some questions.
Oh, I just wanted to ask, and Tay, you know me and you have been hitting the head on this utopia. Do you think in the future we'll start seeing some devaluing of the wide receiver position because of how many good players are coming out every year? Like, where teams are going to start saying, well, why the hell should we pay you $20 million when there's a whole bunch of guys coming out every year? And, you know, those that's like the premier position everybody wants to play now. Like, these kids want to play receiver.
Yeah, I mean, we might start seeing devaluing of the receiver. I mean, it's interesting because next year you got Luther Burden and Evan Stewart, and you've got Travis Hunter can play receiver. There's a sophomore redshirt on Stanford that wowed me against Colorado, and that was a freshman redshirt last year. You got Emeka Egbuka. And then 2026, I think, has Carnell Tate. Carnell Tate was a true freshman last year. He's going to be a sophomore this year. So I think Carnell Tate could be wide receiver 1 in 2026 for Ohio State. But after Carnell Tate, 2026 feels wide open. And a lot of Devy creators and fantasy football creators were big on the 2026 group, scouting a lot of these guys coming out of high school. So, I mean, I do think we are going to see devaluing of the receiver, but I don't think it takes place until the latter part of this decade in either 2026 or 2027. That's when I think we start to see the devaluing of the position.
Man, that is some great analysis, bro. I really appreciate that. I'll actually look into it, really start researching that. So you said Carnell Tate. Remind me, does he go to Ohio State?
Yeah, he went to Ohio State. He sat on the bench last year, but he's going to take over for Harrison Jr.
Okay, and they also got another kid, what's his name, Jeremiah Smith?
Yeah, and they got Egbuka back for a senior season.
Oh, shit.
So Will Howard's going to have some targets to throw to at Ohio State this fall, along with that running game of Judkins and Henderson.
Yeah, go ahead, Grab. You was cooking.
Yeah, I was talking about the running backs, Judkins and Henderson, but Will Howard's going to have a lot of targets in this passing game. Ohio State's got a lot of guys coming back on defense too, but I think if we see devaluing of the receiver position in the draft, it'll be 2026 or 2027 at the earliest. And by that point, a lot of the receivers in the 2022 and 2023 drafts are going to be entering free agency. So there won't be as much devaluing of receiver position in free agency as there would be in the draft. And I still think a lot of the top guys at their respective positions are going to get paid, especially if they've earned it. So, I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chase Waddle, and Devonta Smith, I think St. Brown gets extended and the other 3 guys all get 5th-year tenders. But maybe Chase gets paid before the season. But the other 2 guys, Waddle and Smith, I think they get 5th-year tenders. And I think Waddle probably gets paid next offseason after another dominant year. And then it's wait and see with Devonta Smith.
Man, that was really good stuff, man.
That's what I'll be talking about draft. Well, first of all, I agree. I also have 40 receivers in draftable grade, and I definitely agree with that. This wide receiver class is ridiculous. Xavier Worthy is my guy. He's been my guy since he was in high school, so I'm sticking with him. But that's my thing about. I think the hiring end guys, of course, but we seeing it right now with T. Higgins, right? Bengals don't want to pay him because I think they feel that they can get a guy in the draft. And I feel like Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, the guys who are the number 2, is going to kind of get left out in the draft. Now, they're still going to get paid by other teams because, teams are going to be desperate for a wide receiver. But it won't be shocking if those guys are on different teams. Because, these wide receivers are coming out like crazy, like clockwork. And it's cool to see. But the supply and demand really, in a lot of positions in the NFL, is starting to devaluing some of these positions like safeties. I mean, there's some damn good safeties that signed today. George Fuller only got 1 year deal. Cameron Curl only got a 1 year deal. These guys are not even in their prime yet. They can't even get multi-year deals, which is kind of crazy. But that's just.
Do you think the Bengals are more likely to move T. Higgins to the Bears or the Jets? Because if one of those teams is willing to part with picks 9 or 10, I think the Bengals would move T. Higgins in that circumstance. Otherwise, I think they're just going to keep Higgins, and then if they can't find a buyer for Higgins that's willing to overpay, they'll probably use the tender on him next year, and then he'd be able to walk after because Joe Burrow's contract extension that kicks in, I believe, next season in 2025, and then the year after, I believe Jamar Chase's extension would kick in because this Burrow's coming off his 4th season. This would be the 5th year tender for Joe Burrow in 2024. Next year would be the 5th year tender for Jamar Chase in 2025 once the Burrow extension money kicks in. And then Chase and Burrow would both be getting paid in 2026. So I think the Bengals are probably going to franchise tag Higgins. If they can find a buyer, they'll sell him. If not, they'll keep him, and then they'll probably tag him again next year if they can't find a buyer between now and next offseason, I would think.
Because Cincinnati's kind of in the Super Bowl window, so I don't think T. Higgins is going anywhere this year unless, like you said, somebody coughs up the top 10 pick because they're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they've got a 2-year window to get that Super Bowl. I think they end up getting it at 60 after the Ravens this year, but they're in contention for 59 too. And I think if they could keep their core together or have 2 or 3 really good drafts, they might be able to keep that Super Bowl window open until like 63 or whatever. But that's a ways out. I don't want to project that far ahead.
Oh, definitely. I got fired. I know I skipped you a couple of times. Did you want to go, bro? Fire you there. All right, we're going to go to Rudy.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and skip past me. My bad.
Are you sure? Okay. Rudy hasn't talked today yet, so we'll give him a chance to talk. And then we'll get to you, Nate, and then my guy down there, Eagles, actually knows. I know you want to talk about some wide receivers. But one thing I want to say right quick, my guy Black Lion, he said about a guy that, yes, he's Christian McCaffrey's brother, but I really, really like this guy. Luke McCaffrey, I am higher on him than the consensus. I have him as a late 2nd round pick. I know I might sound kind of crazy, but it may be too much McCaffrey love. Maybe that's in my brain, but I really think this dude's a dog, man. He's a true dog. I haven't seen much of Xavier Weaver, but I've seen a lot of Luke McCaffrey. I think this guy has serious talent. Former quarterback, so it automatically gives me, Julian Edelman. That's the first thing that pops up. Like, okay, if he's smart like Julian, man, this dude can run routes. This dude, I don't think he's that great on the outside yet, but in terms of in the slot, he can run any route. He's tough. I don't know how many times I've seen this man helmet pop off because he's trying to make a ridiculous catch. I mean, that guy, in my opinion, it won't be surprising if he's starting in the slot. Really something in the NFL. I think he's getting super slept on because of who his brother is, maybe. I don't know. But I think he's getting super duper slept on. And I am super high on him. Really high, and I hope he protects it, obviously. Because he's tough as nails and doesn't care about his body at all. But Rudy, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. With Luke McCaffrey, I agree. I think he's not as big as his dad, who was a receiver for the Broncos. Like, he definitely plays a lot physical like him. And obviously, everyone knows who his brother is. But with the receiver class, I really agree with what a lot of people are saying about how deep it is, honestly. And I really, really like Troy Franklin better than it seems like a few people did based on their reaction. I think he's probably going to go top 20, something like that, honestly, top 25, because he's so smooth and he has good hands. He does have good hands. And he has better hands than like a Keon Coleman, who I know there's a lot of hate on some people for Keon Coleman, but Keon Coleman is not really as much of a separator. In today's NFL, a lot of teams are looking for separators. And he had drop problems at Michigan State, got a little bit better at Florida State, but I'm a Florida fan, and I saw him drop a couple balls. Well, a touchdown actually in the game against Florida. But yeah, back to the receivers. I think that there could be 5+ going to the first round. Honestly, I don't know if that's a hot take. I think that's pretty. Because with Xavier Worthy, I've heard Tate say that's his guy. There's no way that guy with 4.21 not going in the first round. Like, absolutely no way. So you put him with, I don't want to just name everyone that everyone else knows, but you put him with all the other guys, and guys like, honestly, McConkey could slip into the end of the first round. I saw people say that he has the same agent as Pat Mahomes, and that honestly does mean more than it might not. So he could definitely go to the Chiefs, and he's the type of guy they're looking for. I know they just signed Hollywood Brown, but giving Pat Mahomes more weapons is never a bad idea, obviously. And Ricky Pearsall, I saw her talking about. I don't think Ricky Pearsall will make it out of round 2, especially with the combine he's had and the pro day he's had, and how good he was at Florida. I'm a Florida fan. He was incredible. He was our only weapon a lot of the time. And besides, actually, bringing up what someone else said about the 2026 receivers, I think right now Trey Wilson is wide receiver 1 for 2026 because besides him and Ricky Pearsall, we have no receiver weapons. And there's going to be even more on him now because Pearsall's gone and Etienne's gone. But that's besides the point. Pearsall, I think, is definitely going to pick out the first round. He's exactly what teams are looking for nowadays, and he has versatility on the outside that people might not agree with, but I think he definitely has versatility on the outside, even in the NFL. Because a lot of times nowadays, honestly, NFL are looking for like always the big X. It's a lot of teams number 1 guys or inside-outside guys. Like you see that with CD, you see that with everyone. So I think that this draft really highlights a lot of that, of where, receiver-wise, where the NFL is going, and where it is now. And I think that's why there'll be so many receivers in the first round. I don't know.
You said Pearsall wouldn't make it out of which round?
Round 2.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna tell you something about that man, Ricky Pearsall, and I'm gonna tell you something real quick about my wide receivers and how I feel about wide receivers class. In my opinion, in my future mock draft, my second round is looking for offensive linemen, 2 offensive linemen and wide receivers. That's how many damn wide receivers I feel. And I'm not even joking. Like, people say that's crazy. I say I don't get it. I just feel that there is no way anybody in this draft class should not walk away with the 1 wide receiver in the first round. That's just my opinion. That's how I would do it. Because these guys, in my opinion, are certified ballers that will wreck game plans in the future. So,
and it's crazy that our 2 biggest needs for the Chiefs this year is tackle and wide receiver. Let me tell y'all something. The devil works hard, but Pat Mahomes works harder.
This draft is stacked at both positions, and what's even crazier is, like, we could see. I want to see some coach camera draft day reactions, because I guarantee you, at least half of the teams picking in the second round, if they pass on a receiver for a defensive player, their coach is going to be pissed off at the GM. Like, let's say it's just the draft is that stacked at tackle and receiver that if the Rams don't come away with a tackle in the first 2 rounds, we're going to see Sean McVay about as ticked off as I don't know what would be a good analogy to use here, but we're going to see some coaches get peed off if they don't get the receivers or tackles they need to bolster their offense. I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to get demonetized or removed from Twitter Spaces or get some hate mail, so I'm just going to leave it at that and let the next person comment.
Don't get wide receiver, but then we see the video on the Chiefs, on the Ravens, get multiple potential wide receivers in the first 2 rounds or damn good wide receiver. I'll be like, all right, they throwing for like 5,000 yards again. Don't be complaining. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, so a guy I wanted to talk about a little bit was Troy Franklin and why I'm not as high of him. So as I'm watching the tape, obviously he's a smaller guy, 176 pounds. But the thing with him that I'm seeing is that he struggles a lot with physical press man. And at the NFL level, when defensive coordinators start seeing that, it's going to really get tough for him. The only unique situation I see him succeeding in is with the big arm quarterback and just sending him on vertical routes. And I also wanted to go back to my boy Malik Neighbors, and my comp for him is Antonio Brown. I just see kind of like when he goes up against corners, very similar to what Antonio Brown, he accelerates in his cuts. So I just think that's very unique for him. He's very fast, he's speedy, and I also wanted to talk about Keon Coleman. I think in very unique situations, we see this wide receiver succeed, kind of like the Drake Londons of the world. But for me, Keon Coleman is a playmaker, man. I don't care what his testing is. I really like this guy and his ball skills. I really do see him succeeding in the NFL in the right role. And yeah, I also agree with what you guys said about the second round. If someone doesn't walk away with a tackle or a wide receiver in this class, they should get fired. Yeah, that's all for me.
I'm just saying, man. Josh Allen, Lamar, Patrick Mahomes get some more help. I don't want to hear nobody complaining about, man, why did he fall here? Why they fall to? Like how Ritter Dick said, Mahomes and them doing the Bell's work. I'm just trying to do the Lord's work and say, get the weapons away from the elite quarterbacks. That's all I'm saying. Don't let these elite quarterbacks, don't let Mahomes and these guys get a rookie purse off. And we all just saying, don't let C.J. Stroud get Xavier Worthy in the second round. I'm just saying, man, don't be complaining. I don't want to hear no NFL GM complain. That's the only thing I'm saying. That's the only thing I want to say. But Fire, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. What I was trying to say earlier, my bad, Joe. No, I mean just on the wide receiver point, it is an extremely deep class, and what I've just been noticing in what the draft talk is, a lot of people are just kind of unsure about Keon Coleman. I'm hearing a lot of talk about Troy Franklin. Tez Walker is another name that I'm seeing people that they just didn't like I think you can see about his performance there. But on tape, I mean, you watch him against Miami or some of those other games, and you're like, man, what was that? So it's real interesting to see the different takes that people have on these kids, man. But my guy in particular, I haven't really heard too many mentions of him, is Roman Wilson from Michigan. I really like his game in between the numbers. I think he can run all the routes. I would put him at the slot, but if you want to put him outside, I think he can play that if you needed him to. I just don't think in that offense, which is also kind of my point about Malik Neighbors and the Chargers. I just don't think that offense, Jim Harbaugh maybe gave enough opportunities to really showcase his skill set. And that's where I kind of worry about, is he going to try to dwindle Neighbors for no reason? But he shouldn't. I mean, with Herbert and Neighbors, I would go to whatever. I would make teams stop him from throwing the football. But it'll be interesting to see how he plays. And he loves running the football that much. But yeah, no, I really like Roman Wilson. I like the Pearsall shout out. I definitely think he's going to be a dude as well. And the deep one was Luke McCaffrey. I really like him in the slot, man. I hope my Packers kind of slide to the back and scoop that one up too. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens with the class.
That's a team that I can definitely see Luke going to. But the Packers, for some reason, I don't understand why, but we always align on wide receivers. It's weird how like the Packers always get my sleep for wide receivers. Last year they got Jaden Reed in the draft. I'm like, man, that dude right there is the first one pick. And then we saw him go to the Packers and just whoop everybody ass. I'm not surprised. Like the Packers, I know they for sure going to get one by God. They always. Eagles, X's and O's. You can go ahead, bro. I know you want to talk to wide receivers.
Yeah, I think this is an incredible class. Totally agree with everyone mentioning how much depth there is. Obviously, the Eagles need a wide receiver 3. I'm not even sure Devontae Parker makes the team. Before I'm going to do like a rapid fire, like 1-sentence scouting report on each of the guys. But there was a few things I heard that raised some alarm bells. Antonio Brown comp to Neighbors seems a little bit odd. I thought, Brown wins with like fake short area quickness, really savvy route running, whereas Neighbors is winning much more with like explosive linear cuts, deep posts, crossers. And then, he's just playing with a lot more power than Brown. Burton in round 7, I think Draft Utopia said that. I am genuinely curious, like, what is your reservations on him outside of character concerns?
As far as reservations go, as far as character concerns go, I really haven't. I don't think I don't know if it's a talent issue or if it's a character issue. The reason I had Jermaine Burton in round 7 is because I just think it's such a stacked receiver class. There are guys in rounds 5 and 6 like Malik Washington. Utah State has a really good receiver. I think his name's Terrell Vaughn. But there's Taj Washington. I mean, after you get past Luke McCaffrey at 25, I think you can make a case for anyone in the 26 through 40 range, because I have Whittington at 26 and then Washington and Terrell Vaughn at 27 and 28. But then I've got Stephen McBride, Hawaii, Anis Smith, Texas A&M, Smoke Harris, Louisiana Tech, Nate McCollum, North Carolina is my first round 7 guy. And then I've got Moose Muhammad in round 7 too. But it's just such a deep receiver class. Burton could go ahead of half of those guys, or he could end up falling into the 7th round. Anthony Gold, Oregon State, he may end up going a lot higher because he did have a good Senior Bowl. Jaquan Jackson, Tulane receiver, Pratt's #1 guy. It's just Cornelius Johnson, such a stacked receiver group. It really is. So, I mean, it really does feel like apples to apples once you get past my wide receiver 24, Luke McCaffrey, who offseason has going in the 2nd round. So, it really does feel like apples to apples after you get past McCaffrey, but it's such a stacked class at receiver.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Jermaine Burton was the #1 option on Alabama, and Luke McCaffrey, it was like a slow white guy on Rice. I don't even think they're remotely comparable. I have Burton as round 3. McCaffrey might be lucky to get drafted. Roman Wilson on the outside was another comment I heard, but I just view him as very small, and he's not going to be like high pointing the ball or winning through physicality at the catch point, or the idea that he could be a wide receiver 1. To me, he's a pure slot, a guy who's going to catch underneath balls, that has some, yards after catch ability, reliable, seems like a smart player, but not a wide receiver one. Keon Coleman is obviously a very polarizing guy. I'm not very high on him. One of the people mentioned that he was potentially the best receiver at the catch point, and I completely disagree. Yes, he definitely had some of the best highlights of any receiver, him and Pearsall, but I saw many instances of him actually not winning with physicality at the catch point, despite his frame and what he would project to be. So I'm pretty low on Keon Coleman. Just a quick rapid fire on some of the top guys. I think Harrison Jr. is a bona fide X receiver, number one, guaranteed to be a Pro Bowl barring injury. Neighbors is an incredible deep threat. I don't really. I've heard some people say he could play X. I don't really see him doing that. I think he'll have a little bit more of a limited route tree. Like I said, he wins with explosiveness, but the way the NFL is going, he'll be incredible. Adunze, he can definitely be unlocked by a quarterback with like a bigger arm. He's extremely polished. Seems to have a great knack for the position. Amazing at the catch point. Very smooth player. His floor is extremely high. Brian Thomas Jr., 1 year wonder, but the 1 year was really good, and he's extremely fast at his size. Like, a lot of people thought A.D. Mitchell was 6'4". It turns out he was like 6'2" and change, and Thomas is like legit 6'4". I do think he overuses a little bit of the pitter-patter release, so he'll have to diversify his release package. I've heard a lot of people say that they think it's amazing, and his go-to move is really good, but I don't actually think it's that diverse. And I also think he can get bodied in press because he's really slight framed, so he'll just need to continue developing. But if he's with a great quarterback, that would help a lot. Like, if he was with Trevor Lawrence or someone better, I could see him really excelling. A.D. Mitchell he's probably the best route runner, especially for his frame in the entire draft. Has incredible hands. Some people say that he gives up on plays, but sometimes, and he was asked about it, and he just said, I know the ball isn't coming to me, so he pretty much conserves energy. In the right offense, he could be incredible. Lad McConkey, I have major injury concerns on him. I also don't think he's viable as an outside receiver, but as someone who you scheme open, a gadget player who gets like end arounds and quick little whip routes, yeah, he's perfect for that. Troy Franklin, I 100% agree. I forget who said it, but they mentioned if he gets with a strong-armed quarterback, that's what would really unlock him, and that's what I view him as, is a little bit one-dimensional. Pearsall seems like he'll be a very solid slot. He's very athletic, I guess, compared to expectation. And he also has really good ball skills. Let's see. Polk, I think you could give him the junkyard dog label. He's a guy who will, like, run block really well on the edges for you. And then he's really good at the catch point. He's not going to be a separator, but he's like, I would say he's a reliable chains mover who could be a great slot and like get you first downs. Leggett, I'm a little bit unsure on. I think he obviously has incredible long speed, and he can definitely win at the catch point, but he's not quite as like tall and long as maybe he looked on tape. And he definitely has like limited route running abilities. So he's a project player, but his potential's high. McMillan, I think, is an underrated receiver because actually the year before this one, he was like the clear 1B on Washington and had some injuries, but I think he's a dynamic slot who's savvy and also has really good hands. Worthy, I know a few people mentioned that they think he could go round one. I would be shocked if he goes round one. I don't think he plays quite as fast as his 40 time, but one of the guys here maybe said they played high school with him. Is that right?
No, I think that was a different player.
Okay. Oh, well, I know someone mentioned Cooper Beebe, but I always thought someone mentioned Xavier Worthy just went to their high school. Or their boys with them?
Oh, no, I was just saying I was spending this high school.
Oh, I got you. So, yeah.
Eagles X's and O's, I got a question for you. What are your thoughts on Johnny Wilson? I just was a little bit curious.
Yeah, I mean, the track record of players with that frame is really bad, so he'd have to be like a unicorn in that sense. Is it possible? Sure, I guess it's possible. He definitely moves incredibly well for that size. You could convince me that he's a better prospect than Coleman. But I've heard people say like, oh, could he just move to tight end? But you're not really going to have him being a blocker. So I guess they're just saying, do you want him down in a stance or playing more in line? And I guess the answer is sure, because he's definitely a big target. So I think he's really interesting, extremely hard to project. I definitely wouldn't draft him as the Eagles, but if another team, maybe like a team who's not has the Super Bowl window right now, to draft him and try to develop him, sure.
Eagles, what's your parameters for wide receiver? Because I know you mentioned you replied to my comment about Roman Wilson being able to play on the outside if needed. I guess what is your makeup, or what do you look for in a wide receiver one? Because I think smaller players can actually play on the outside if it's needed. We're starting to see that.
Yeah, so I guess I would ask you, who do you think is like somewhat comparable to Roman Wilson, who's an example in the NFL currently, who's like playing as a wide receiver one or like on the outside a lot?
I think we mentioned earlier, I'll let Tate answer if Houston number one is Tank Dell, and I maybe say Nico Collins, but that's somebody who gets a lot of targets that probably has a similar frame. I would say in my own team, in the Packers, Jaden Reed has been a big guy, and he probably is the one right now because Christian Watson can't stay on the field. So, yeah, I think you see that Jordan Addison, whenever JJ is out, he's the guy. They had a stretch where he was injured, and Addison picked up the slack with no problem, despite being underclassed. So.
Yeah, okay. Those guys you mentioned, if they're your wide receiver one, you're fucked. So I guess I'm biased to just think wide receiver one, that means wide receiver one as a contender team. So that to me, that was just a definitional difference, and probably our true beliefs are pretty close to each other. Because obviously you wouldn't want Jordan Addison as your wide receiver one. So yeah, if Roman Wilson,
is Brandon Ayuk a big dude? They made the Super Bowl, so.
Yeah, Ayuk's unbelievable. Like, he's probably between his release package, his actual route running, how diverse it is, how he uses fakes, and then actually at the catch point and yards after catch situations. He's incredible in almost every area. The only thing he doesn't do is like moss people. But yeah, I think Ayuk's unbelievable, and yeah, Roman Wilson definitely doesn't have Ayuk's ceiling in my opinion.
Well, that's good stuff. Some things I just I'm high on Keon Cole. I'm high on Keon Cole. I think there's a role for him in the league. Like, talk about wide receiver one. Hell no. Like, maybe one day he can grow into that. He does have a little wrinkle in his heels that I see. Like, there's moments where I'm like, man, he has some moments of, like, okay, he can be a wide receiver one, but it's too, of course, it's too far in between. You said a guy that I freaking love, like Miller. I know Odunze gets a lot of love, and it's one. That's his guy. truly hoping that guys that can come to the football team and start taking those wins. Like I think that those guys are very underrated and underappreciated, talked about because of what they do things greatness. But I'm a big fan of McMillan Colts. I definitely see them being, in my opinion, late second, third, early third. And it would not surprise me if they're starting to get it go to right now. Like day one, heading to the new year. But that was some damn good stuff. Gonna get the tilt major. Then my boy was on the trio. He wanted to say something. But tip major, you still there? You want to say anything?
Yo, what up, Tay? And bro, this is pretty amazing. You know, I am loving the talk. I'm loving the back and forth. It's good stuff, man. I just wanted to show support to you, the fellow brethren. You know, this NFL, this NFL that we follow, we all follow, is becoming a year-round sport, a year-round follow for NFL. It's crazy how just a month ago that was the end of the Super Bowl, and usually mainly in the big sports like MLB, NBA, you kind of leave a little bit of a month. I know the draft for the NBA is like right, after the finals, but those other sports, you really don't talk a lot about it, and like it's almost like, man, we got content right away, and it's perfect for us. It's perfect for spaces like this, man, and I'm loving the just knowledge that you guys have, man. It's beautiful, man. So just keep it up, keep doing the thing. I'm gonna go back and listen, but I'm gonna chime back in when we start talking some free agency stuff because I've got a lot to say.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate that tip. We're gonna get to free agency a little bit because I think I'm gonna say defense next time. Because, being kind of late, and I am married, and if anybody know a married man, too much time with the boy gets you in trouble too. So, I'm probably cut it short by about 10 o'clock.
Hey, you gotta have your wifey. She's gotta have a girls' night, bro. Like this is what a girls' night. You get the girls' night going, so that way the guys we can talk all night, bro. That's what we gotta do.
That's so true, but there's one problem, bro. She hates people and she ain't got no games, so she hey,
Why the white man got no crazy?
Whoa, man, look, bro, Tate, I'm gonna have to eat you. She's gonna have to meet my girl, man. My girl is ray of sunshine. She gets along with any and everybody. We're gonna have to make that arrangement, bro. We're here in Houston.
Definitely, man. Hey, I think you and Ethan too, bro. So, yeah, definitely. Like, don't think I do is drag her to come, but that's my wife. I wouldn't have it either way. She always supported. She still supports. Even then, she supported. So I'm always gonna cope for her and stuff like that. But thank you for coming, man. I appreciate you for coming. I want to give you some prayers in a little bit to close it out. Talk about some big things, but. If anybody want to know some fantasy football, and tip you want to broadcast what you do, bro, what your fantasy football stuff, I call him the fantasy football guy because everybody that I see, people say they always winning money because of him. So it must be so damn true. So you want to talk about what you do, bro?
Oh, nah, dude, look, man. Look, if you guys want to follow me, you want to. If you don't, that's cool too. I just appreciate being on the space, man. I'm learning a lot from you. But yeah, man, I love football and I love fantasy football. I don't want to take away from the space, man. Hey, you keep doing your thing, bro. Like I said, when we get back into some free agency talk, then I'll speak a little bit more.
My man, appreciate you, bro. Hey, if anybody don't know, this is my first time doing this, so I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. So, but this is definitely Definitely
What?
a lot harder than it looks. But I just want to say this has been a damn good time. You want to say something, Trap?
Yeah, basically, this will be my last comment unless I'm called upon again. But I saw a thumbnail of Brock Bowers in the description for your live stream. So I'm just curious where you guys think Brock Bowers is going to fall to in the draft. I mean, the Jets could theoretically take him at 10 now that they brought in Tyron Smith. But I also feel like the Jets could be a potential trade spot for T. Higgins if the Bengals wanted to move up. Because as long as Bowers is on the board, I think they'd be open to moving Higgins for another first-round pick if it guaranteed them Brock Bowers. I could definitely see why that would be the case. But I've seen Bengals at 18. I've seen Seahawks at 16, Colts at 15. I think it's just going to be very interesting to see where Brock Bowers ends up because he is the top tight end in this draft. And I had him at 5 before because I was under the impression the Chargers would retain one of their receivers, but they're letting both go and they're retaining both edge rushers. So it'll be interesting. So I think they're going Neighbors at 5 now. But it'll be interesting to see where Bowers ends up. And I saw him in the thumbnail for your space, so I figured we were going to have a conversation about him because he is incredible.
That's a darn good point. I'm gonna speak on it a little bit. I'm gonna let one trio get his question off because he's been on the thing for a while. But we are definitely going to come to that because I also have Brock Bowers at number 5, and now it's like I have no idea where he's going. Zero clue. Because it's like, man, who really needs a tight end that bad to, take him over the player of need? Maybe the Jets, they want to stack the deck with Aaron Rodgers. They do need another weapon. So I think I would go Brock Bowers there. I'm going to sit on it a little bit, think about it a little bit more while one trio gets his thoughts off. But that's a damn good question. So one trio, you got your hand up for a while, you can go ahead.
Hey, thanks for letting me on. I want to talk to Keon Coleman. So I'm a lifelong Florida State fan, and I have not seen the likes of talent like that come through Tallahassee in 20 years. So Keon Coleman played for Michigan State basketball as well. So he's a superior athlete. So you want to talk about high pointing a ball, that's as good as it gets right there. And, you look at the first game of the season when he was healthy, because he did have some injury problems. He had 3 touchdowns and 133 yards receiving. Malik Neighbors, who's projected to go above Keon Coleman, had 60 yards. And I know he was getting shut down by Renardo Green, but I'm really, really it's funny to me that Rudy, he says he does not very high on Keon Coleman, and that's very telling from a Florida Gator fan just because he dropped one ball. But trust me, Keon Coleman's a dog. He's a hard worker, and he's going to translate well into the NFL. And then all I can really speak of is Florida State receivers, and there's 2 good ones, and there's actually a third one we haven't mentioned tonight. But Wilson, I mean, like I said, he's 6'7", 230 pounds, runs a 4.5 40. It's going to be hard for him still to translate to the NFL because of that frame. He might get broken, and I love Wilson, and I think he's a good guy, but it's going to be hard for him in the NFL. But Keon Coleman is very versatile. Oh, one more thing about Coleman, he ran the fastest time in the gauntlet in the combine. He ran 20.36 miles per hour and caught every ball. That's faster than every receiver that was out there. And I'll leave on this note. There's another one that's going to be a dark horse. He may not get drafted high, but he does have some injury-prone problems, and that's Jaheim Bell, who played for Florida State for 1 year. And that kid, man, he's a Swiss Army knife, and he could be a true slot receiver. He's not quite heavy enough to be a tight end, what he's listed at. But Jaheim Bell is going to do some damage too. But just wanted to say one last thing on Coleman. Also, if you watch him kick return, someone say he doesn't have a lot of like quick moves. He does, man. For a guy that's 6'4", 220 pounds, he's doing punt returns and doing really well at punt returns. And that takes a lot out of a guy like frame like that. Normally it's a shorter guy with quick stuff. So thanks for letting me on, and I appreciate all the insight. Thanks again.
Wait, real quick, I want to hear your opinion on Trey Benson.
Oh, man. So he's got world-class speed, and he's 6'2", 220 pounds, and he is really, really fast. One thing that he lacks, in my opinion, he doesn't have quite that good of vision. There's like Lawrence Toafili, who's good for us. There was another one, Ward, Trayshawn Ward. He transferred to Northwestern. He doesn't have the vision like a Dalvin Cook, for example, where they can see the seams and the cutbacks and stuff like that. Trey Benson is a powerful runner, and when he gets an opening, he's gone. And he's just an incredible person, incredible hard worker. And unfortunately, I think right now, someone earlier was talking about devaluing the wide receiver position. That will happen. But right now, the NFL treats running backs like, you're a dime a dozen. When you get hurt, there's another one lining up to come right behind you. We saw something from Travis Henry. Travis Henry was great, and he kind of changed. He was doing something since Jim Brown. Very exciting, but it's very hard for running backs. So that's, I wish all the best for him, but it's very hard as a running back to do a lot. But, man, I'm a Trey Benson fan. I'm a big Florida State fan. I'm very biased, and all I know about is Florida State guys. So that's where I'm very short-sighted. I'm very limited on my knowledge, but if there's any question about any Florida State players, I got a lot of insight on them.
I'm going to definitely shoot you a follow, bro. That was good stuff.
I'm not a fan of Florida State. Florida State has always been a bed to football players. Throughout my lifetime, especially recently, it's good to see that program back on top. I know this is not NFL space, but programs like Florida State, man, it's always best to see a fantastic program like them back on top. When they had James Winston and the crew, they had that crazy talented team. So it's good to see y'all back on top, putting some guys back into the NFL. I mean, I hope he come back next time. I want to talk about Brandon Fisk. There's a lot of love about him. About defense, but next time I hope you come back and talk about that. That's one of the guys that's rising up to the draft board.
One more sleeper, Renardo Green.
Yeah, Renardo Green.
Jarian Jones, man. That's guys that's on the defense that nobody's talking about, man. You said I'm not a Green draft. Appreciate you about that, man. And Jarian Jones too. Those guys, they the dogs.
Hey, I'm not a Florida State fan, but Tribe, I know you speak the language. You know what language I'm talking about? From Florida State to Chiefs fan, Florida State and Chiefs fan, we got one language now.
All right, man.
Yes, we do. You guys got to keep your timing down a little better and get more in sequence, and then you got it.
Whoa. We started that language, buddy. Don't forget that.
This man here, man. This man here. All right. But I think we're going to get to you next. Nate, ball out and Rudy, but first, did anybody want to answer Josh Tobia's question about Brock Bowers? I'm going to go and answer it, but does anybody else want to answer it before I do?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So, my thing about Brock Bowers, I think he's spending the chance. I was thinking about it, and I understand Olu Fashanu could be there. And definitely could be a top tackle there to continue. But I would take a Brock Bowers, in my opinion, and get one of the tackles in round 2. It wouldn't surprise me if Tyler Guyton is still there, or Sulemad is still there, Kyrie Abdul-Jabbar, I don't know how to say his name.
Karan Amagaji, the Yale left tackle.
Okay, Amagaji, yeah. Thank you. I never knew how to say his name. But I think he can be a real sleeper and a real good baller in the NFL. So I think there's some tackles to get later on. But there's only one Brock Bowers in this draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, still have a second round pick. That's what I'm saying real quick.
Oh, just don't have a second round
Yeah,
pick.
I love all the guys you said.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And the Packers own that pick. The Packers own that pick from the Aaron Rodgers trade.
They, I keep forgetting that Aaron Rodgers trade. Goddamn Aaron, got me. Man, so now I got it. No, forget about it. I'm all in. I'm all about winning championship. We can worry about the future later. let's get Brock Bowers and Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson. They need another weapon besides Garrett Wilson. I know Jets fans, they say Alan Lazard. I call him Alex Slozard. Because every time I look at him, he's running in slow motion. Because everybody say he's bad, but he don't get over it. But, that's just me. But I'm not a big Alex Lazard fan. But, I think you give Brock Bowers and Aaron Rodgers, I think they can do some serious damage. Him and Garrett Wilson, really make a run for that AFC because, look, you only get a couple shots at this. I don't think, trying to get guys who can, back up and develop like you did last year with Will McDonald would be smart. I would go Brock Bowers at 2. Anybody else would go on Brock?
I think the Colts are going to trade up to 9 and take him because they think the Jets might take him, and I think the Colts are enamored with Brock Bowers. And Chicago, I'm not sure if one of the top 3 receivers doesn't drop to them, they might trade back. That's my prediction.
See, bro, I thought about that too, but I'm a Chasers fan, so I got that sight out of my mind. I didn't want to think about it too much about this year. That's a damn good point.
Yeah, but there's also the possibility the Bears love Jared Verse or Latu enough to where they're picking them to replace DeMarcus Walker because you got to take that into consideration as well. I know Yannick's a UFA and they gave DeMarcus Walker a multi-year deal, but they also gave Sweat a 5-year extension. And after Yannick got injured, DeMarcus Walker, he was effective, but he really wasn't a game changer. And I feel like both these edge rushers, Latu and Verse, can be game changers. And they'd be on the opposite side of Montez Sweat. So they'd be going up against right tackles in the NFC North. We're talking Brian O'Neill, Penei Sewell, and the Packers right tackle, Zach Tom out of Wake Forest. I think Latu and Verse would do well against Zach Tom. I think they'd have some success against Brian O'Neill, and the only tackle in that division that would give those rookies trouble is probably Penei Sewell. And that's saying something. If you stick with 9 and take an edge rusher.
How really do you think Latu can actually go, though, with the injury stuff?
I'm not really as concerned about the medicals as
We're going to get into the edge. We got some time tonight. We can definitely get into the edge. That's my favorite position, and that's my guy. But that's a darn good point, draft. They can also say, let's take a defensive line and Brock Bowers go to 10. He can go to the Colts. It's like Brock Bowers, in my opinion, he's going to be the odd man out in this draft. He kind of feels like where does he go? How did you use him? Stuff like that. And unfortunately, it might equal to a draft slide. All I know is don't let this man get to Joe Burrow and just don't let him get to Joe Burrow. That's all I ask for. I really don't care where he goes, that top 15 area. Just don't let him get to Joe Burrow, or don't let Mahomes and them get happy fingers and try to get my fire. They not, what's the word I'm looking for, opposed to trading up for great players. We've seen them do in the past. That's all I want to say. As long as you don't handle one of those guys, I'm happy.
If the Chiefs get Brock Bowers, that would be like when the Patriots had Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez, except you wouldn't have any criminal issues on the Chiefs' end.
Exactly. It would be, in my opinion, even more dangerous because you got Andy Reid. And you just know Andy Reid would definitely be eating cheeseburgers.
Yeah, no, and you'd have Noah Gray on the final year of his rookie deal too, but he'd be the tight end 3 in what would be a really difficult offense to stop. Like, it'd be impossible to stop that 3 tight end set in the goal line: Kelsey, Bowers, and Noah Gray.
I don't even want to think about it. It's so far a shot to happen, but it's just one of those things that you just never know how these teams value great players. I still do believe he can be a great player. Next is Nate.
Yeah, so I just want to go ahead and talk about a little bit about this running back class. Just kind of like give some quick thoughts about someone who I think consensus is way higher than me. That is Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin. I'm watching the film and I see things on Twitter talking about him being really powerful and him using his strength to his advantage. But I just see the opposite with him, and I just see a lot of hype around him being really young. I don't see the pass protection ability. I don't see the pass catching ability. I don't see the run speed. I don't know. I'm not seeing it with Braylon Allen. I don't know about you guys.
Isn't he projected as like a 7th rounder?
I'm not sure. Second.
He's one of those interesting guys to where, I think he's a good role player. I don't see the Brandon Jacobs like I've seen that around. I think he was a good role player. He come in on short yards. Short yards, spell the speed back. I think he's a good rotation guy. Like if you have a guy like for example, before Pollard signs type, you have a guy like Tajay Spears. He would be the other guy. Like you got small guys, you got the big guy with right there now. In my opinion, that's who he is. Chip Major, you want to go right there?
Well, no, I just wanted to talk about the Brock Bowers. I like the Colts. That was a nice one. I don't really like the Bears. I mean, they've got Gerald Everett there, and they've got Cole Kmet there. I don't really see how that would work out. But I've been reading some articles, and a lot of people are liking him to go to the Chargers, especially with him now not having Keenan Allen there anymore. That would be interesting. It gives Herbert a tight end that he can build and develop trust with. Because we all saw what Quentin Johnson did last year. I love Quentin Johnson, but he doesn't have to catch balls if he's going to be in the NFL. So hopefully we'll see what happens with there. They got rid of Mike Williams too. But that was just all I just wanted to throw that in there. I mean, I think the Jets would be a beautiful fit as well. But I've been reading a lot, like the LA Chargers really like him, and that would be something. That would be something good for Justin Herbert. I mean, they just got rid of Keenan Allen. That was his guy. That was his go-to guy. And maybe they can build some type of chemistry together with that.
Tim Major. She said that article said that they love Brock Bowers. Hey, Big. What is it? The one thing we've been talking about? Tight ends over wide receivers.
Yup, most Super winning teams have a great tight end play.
And look, a great tight end. As much as I love a great wide receiver, a great tight end, there's not one damn thing we can do with it. There's not one thing. I have not seen a great tight end be stopped in the playoffs yet. I've seen great wide receivers get stopped. But tight ends, there's nothing you can do. And we've seen teams try to do everything they can to get Travis Kelce out of a football game. And you look up, he still got 100 yards and a touchdown.
They're X factors, bro. They're X factors.
They're too big and they're too fast.
They're too big and too fast. Exactly.
And the whole league better be aware, man, because that's the slowest Travis Kelce gonna look. Because a lot of people forget, like he slowed down this year, but he had a really big knee injury, right before last part of training camp, and he started to get healthy towards the back end of the year. And the rumors in KC is that he's looking as athletic and fast as he ever has. So.
Well, that's that Taylor Swift juice,
I think as a Chiefs fan, it's so, what can I say? It's funny, but it's also like relieving. I hear everybody talk about their teams, like, oh, what do we need to do? And I'm over here just like with my feet kicked up, like my blood pressure's gone down a lot. I think I'm at like a 96 over 78. My stress levels is very low. I think this is the least stressed we've ever been going into the draft. Like, I'm just not worried at all. But tight end play is definitely important. I take it from a team, a guy that has the number one tight end in the world on his team. So.
Yeah, but don't you guys need a tackle and a receiver really badly? Like, you easily could have not won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, we need it really badly, but, you know, just like I said earlier, the devil works harder, but Mahomes works harder because this is the deepest. This tackle and receiver class is so deep. You know, it's just like Mahomes with his magic. Like, I'm telling y'all, like, y'all talk about his play on the field, but off the field, there's nobody, you know, Mahomes is Black Vans kind of guy. He's like the mafia. You know, so we're going to shore that up this year, I promise you.
And they signed Hollywood Brown, too.
Hollywood Brown, anybody that wants to come get their numbers up and get a bag next year, come holler at me, and I'll get you in touch with Beach.
This man loves these cheap shots. So. Hey, look, we know it's the worst part. The worst part is we can't say not one damn thing about it because they keep winning. So we just gotta listen to somebody beat them.
No, but the real thing, real shit though, like I know I troll a lot, but like I'm not one of those fake ass Chiefs fans. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, 95% of our fan base don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'll be the first one to call out, you know, our bad play or what we need to work on or what we're bad at and all that shit. 95% of our fans do not know what the fuck they're talking about. Don't listen to them. A lot of them just became fans in 2019. They wasn't there when we had Ricky Stanzi, when we had Brody Coyle, when we had Matt Castle, and we had Jamal Charles carrying this whole fucking team to the 9 wins. You know what I mean? They wasn't there, I promise you. So don't listen to none of them other Chiefs fans. There's very few that I actually listen to.
Oh, no. You're a very, very great fan. I'm just saying that. It's just hilarious how you talk shit and just, you know, boast of how your blood pressure when everybody else's blood pressure like skyrocketing high. Your blood pressure is chilling because y'all just keep on winning. That's all I was saying. But Fire, bro, you can go ahead.
Especially about that glorified. Real quick, I know my signal might be a little sketchy, but man, I like y'all in here saying that Chicago going to do something smart to trade him back. This is somebody who likes that division, and obviously is a Packers fan. I just haven't seen them do anything really smart like that, like trade back, since they don't really have anything that I think they should get at 9. And I mean, Indy makes sense. I kind of like that idea. I don't know who said that. I think about the Eagles, but Indy, you know, making that move up and getting Andy Richardson another target and Brock would be nice. But I think New Orleans is also trying to take a look at them. But I know they've been in perennial cap hell, so I really can't tell you much draft perspective. But I think, you know, that'll be an interesting location for him as well. But yeah, all y'all think of Chicago going to be smart and trade back, I'm just going to forewarn you, they probably won't.
Hey, yo, I just wanted to say, as a Raiders fan, yo, Vic, don't sit back too much and chill, bro. Don't sit back too much. We got Christian Wilkins. We got Mad Max. You know what Mad Max does against the Chiefs. And now we got Christian Wilkins, the destroyer. Yo, don't sit back too much, bro. I mean, you can sit back in Cadillac for a minute, but just best believe we coming. He's speechless. It's cool.
You said that Mr. Offseason, you said you love Edge. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, edge rushers and pass rushers, yeah.
What do you think of Bryce Huff?
Bryce Huff, in my opinion, I think y'all stole him for the price. I think he's kind of underrated in terms of being a 3-down player. You know, I think folks see that because he wasn't actually good in New York, that he can't do it. Like, he has good size. I'm going to be curious to see if he can be a 3-down player, but I think he can be. And it looks like that Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat might be back. I also saw that Josh Sweat going to return. Don't know about Reddick yet, but if he is back, I mean, that's probably top 5 edge trio in the NFL, especially when they add Brandon Graham in there too, and Nolan Smith too. So you're going to be deep there. And Bryce Huff, man, he's one of those guys that, man, pass rush savant. He's one of those guys that got good technique, He has great speed off the edge, great get off, good technique. And he's one of those guys that goes under the radar. He's not one of those top tier guys, but a guy that you watch on film, be like, oh, look, who this dude is? Bryce Huff. I don't know who he is, but that dude there can rush the passer. And you put him in Philadelphia with those guys, Sweat, Reddick, Brandon Graham. I mean, it's just reloaded. Reloaded for the pass rush. Genius move, in my opinion, by Philadelphia. Money well spent. I'm a big fan of his, so that's good for him. I love when guys get paid, so that's good for him. But
is there anyone here who knows a lot about the Saints?
I know that they beat Marchini. I think they in campaign.
Yeah, I was thinking Howie would make a splash trade during the draft and get Lattimore, because he's like a cap casualty.
And I tell you right now, the Saints trade Marcus Lattimore, and they said they quote unquote trying to win. Like there's some guys on the outside that's good. The one don't get me wrong. Taylor guy, he's nice. Paul Davo, he's nice. They got some nice guys, but he's still top dog. Lattimore's still top dog, man. At least in my opinion.
Yeah, the Saints can't win anything though.
Saints are just one of those teams that, I don't know, they keep trying to retool instead of just rebuild. But hey, and they want to compete, they want to try to win. I'm never going to watch a team to try to win. That's not what I'm going to do. So, but I want to say, everybody talks about Brock Bowers. I think there's underrated tight ends in the draft. I know my guy Stan, he has put in the comments, Jaheim Bell. I think he can play some football at the next level, definitely. And it won't be surprising if he doesn't day 3 still in this draft class. He's a do it all. Not the best blocker in the world, but he can get in the way. And he's definitely a guy that you can put on the move and put the ball in his hands. Put the ball in his hands, and he can make plays. So I like him. Ben Sadiq from Kansas State. I know I'm probably saying his name wrong. That dude can ball. I think he's a second-round talent. And he can ball. He is definitely the definition of Swiss Army knife. I like him a lot. But,
Sinnott, you think?
Sinnott, yeah, there it is.
He's close to Kyle Juszczyk.
I love how Kansas State uses him. Like, you see him in the back, and that no back, you see him in tight end, you see him split out. I mean, they use him in so many ways. But, I think this tight end class, don't be surprised if there's some other guys not named Brock Bowers that really don't. But, Fire, put your hand up. Oh, did you jump on the list? Oh, that's one, sorry. Anybody else want to say anything about the running backs? I know not many people say pretty much anything about the running backs because they kind of maybe not the best this year, but I think there's definitely some good guys that can play at the next level.
Okay, I have a sleeper. You guys should all look him up. Bowling Green. Terrion Stewart. They call him Steroid Gerbil. He's unbelievable. Like, he probably could get, 5 or 6 carries, but be electric on them. Just check him out.
I definitely will. Anybody else want to come up and say anything?
I just wanted to add, kind of like what you guys were talking about, the Saints trading Marshall Lattimore. I feel like they're kind of like the Steelers of the NFC. They always aim for having a mid-team every year, and it seems like they're always either 10-7 or 9-8. And the Derek Carr signing doesn't move the needle for me a lot. Yeah, I just feel like that's a kind of silly comparison.
Well, I have to disagree with that because I think the Saints or the Steelers are kind of going all in. If you kind of look at it low key, I mean, I know I haven't really talked about the free agency stuff yet, but I mean, Patrick Queen, Russell Wilson had a 1-year prove-it deal. I think the Steelers are trying to make a little bit of noise. I mean, they went and snatched Patrick Queen. From a division rival to boot, I mean, you know he's going to be giving them some information. So, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I just see that division being really tough for them. You know, them having to face Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and I don't know. I just feel like Russell Wilson is a little bit washed for me. I know that last year in Denver, he actually played pretty well. But yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know why. I don't know, Tate. I don't know why people are saying Russell Wilson's washed. I mean, he's definitely not what he was in Seattle. But the tape from last year itself, we saw. I mean, he was pretty damn good, especially in play action. Oh my God. You see some of the things he did in play action, and that's one of the reasons why I'm so big on George Pickens, because if they get this run game going, which you know they're going to do with Arthur Smith, and then they get to play the play action game, oh my God, it's going to be nasty.
It's just because the numbers didn't jump off the screen. So that's where I know me and Tate were in the space the other day saying that if they get somebody like Brian Thomas who can help stretch the field and create opportunities for Pickens to get one-on-one, I think Russ's numbers might be a little crazy. I'm not even going to lie. I mean, because I don't know how you stop that in Pittsburgh. And you have to worry about Najee coming out the backfield. Yeah, they could be tough.
And, we didn't even take Jalen Warren. He's electric, too. I mean, it's getting to the point where Russ has got some good weapons there. You know they got a wide receiver that they have been wanting to just showcase because they do it every year. Look what they did with Antonio Brown. They did it with freaking Mike Wallace. They always got this wide receiver that they just have, and then all of a sudden he comes out of nowhere with really good quarterback play. So, I mean, we know George Pickens is there, so I don't know, man. I just wouldn't say Russ he's definitely not what he was, but as far as washed yet, I'm not willing to say that yet. He's only 35. He's still young by QB compared, like QB, ages or whatever. And again, it's a year. It's a 1-year prove-it deal at the minimum. So they're gonna be like, Russ is gonna be like, I know he's gonna say his corny stuff. He already said it today. Here we go. But other than that, man, I think we're gonna see a motivated Russ. And it's Mike Tomlin. You know, Mike Tomlin's not gonna take shenanigans, crap, guff, whatever you want to say. So, but yeah, that's all I got.
Wait a second.
Hold on.
They said you're going to face Russell Wilson and George Pickens. How are you going to stop that? And I'm thinking about the division. Do you think Baltimore or the Browns are going into the game thinking, oh no, here comes Russell Wilson and George Pickens?
I'm telling you right now, they better be.
They had another weapon.
They better be. I'm right there with Tip and 5 and 05. We talked about this, in space until you hear it right on the money. Is Russell Wilson the same quarterback that he used to be? Hell no. And I can say that because Russell Wilson was my favorite athlete since I was a kid. I've been following him still at NC State. And Russ is, he's not the same athlete, of course, but that right arm is still an arm to God. He still has, in my opinion, one of the top 3 deep balls in the league. It's still up there all time as one of the best deep balls of all time. And he's going to go to a team where it fits him what he's always been great at. He's going to run the ball. They're going to run the ball again. And then they're going to try to set up play action. And if you watch, like Tip said, one thing that he had been great at throughout his career, and definitely last year, was, when they ran the ball, he used play action. And play action, I mean, him and Cortland Sutton, I mean, it was like Dante Culpepper and Randy Moss. He was a throw the ball up, and it seemed like Corbin Sutton would just go get it. So I think you put him with George Pickens, and with that running game, I'm telling you, man, don't be surprised if Pittsburgh still do some things next year. I really do think that's a perfect fit for him. But my guy Jordan, maybe had your hand up, bro. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add, I'm sorry I'm late in space as I've been out in the city all day. Speaking of Russell Wilson, out in Seattle all day. The big thing on it is I feel like when you're sitting there and you have Russell Wilson as your quarterback, the thing that makes me more deterred and more nervous about it is you have Sean Payton, who's an offensive coach and an incredible one at that, brought Drew Brees to multiple 5,000-yard seasons. Obviously, that's also Drew Brees' style. He's made freaking Taysom Hill look like a franchise quarterback for even a few games, which is insane to think about. But the biggest thing to me is if you're more than willing to take an $85 million cap hit with no fallback plan and no idea of what's next, but you would rather have that negative $85 million than even risk the chance of him being the answer, that just screams a little bit to me that there's more to this story that we don't understand, and there's more to his personality that we don't understand. That's not to say that, he's not an improvement over Pickens, and it's not to say that Tomlin won't try to put him in his place and shit like that. But the way I see it is, if you would rather choose negative $85 million instead of choosing that, it makes me a little bit more nervous. And I think Deontay Johnson's loss will be a little bit more hurtful than people think. Granted, I know the Steelers can develop a receiver faster than anyone on the planet can, but I think there's reasonable concern to think about it. And even if we want to add Patrick Queen to that, we don't know what Patrick Queen really is. I'll speak as a Ravens fan, so I'm a little biased on this one. But I think with the Patrick Queen, we don't know what he is without Roquan. And that's still where it stands at. And there were improvements that I think Patrick Queen gets too much shit on him at times because of what Roquan did. But I think at the same time, we have yet to see Patrick Queen compete at the elite level without Roquan Smith next to him.
Well, wait. Okay. Hey, I'm sorry. Can I just interject real quick with the Patrick Queen thing? Go ahead. So you got T.J. Watt, you got Cam Hayward, then you got Patrick Queen. Then on the back end, we got Minka Fitzpatrick. I know I'm missing a linebacker. What's the other linebacker over there? Devin Bush, right? Is it Devin Bush?
Yeah, it's Devin Bush.
Yeah. I just don't. Yeah, he's not with Roquan. I get that. Roquan is a monster, especially when it comes to tackle. But he don't have any slouches here in Pittsburgh either. I'm just that's all I got.
I'm not saying that the team around him slouches. I'm just more worried about what the difference and how he's going to look having to play middle linebacker 1 role versus middle linebacker 2. And I think a lot of the communication and stuff, I think what made Patrick Queen so good last year is that he finally got that alleviated pressure off of him from calling plays and having to figure out where the right fits were. We just played a way where he could just use his athleticism and his raw talent, where he didn't have to necessarily think about what he was doing because Roquan was kind of thinking for him. And I'm not saying that that doesn't exist with the Steelers because obviously you guys got good edge rushers. Alex Highsmith fell underrated as well. But the thing is, the way I would worry about it is I wouldn't throw that as a crowning signing yet, especially considering the fact that you would think if he was as dominant as he was with the Ravens losing 10 defensive assistants, any of those teams would have bid high if they truly believed in the Patrick Queen. I mean, look at Seattle. They were literally choosing to barely run anybody out there as opposed to pay Patrick Queen when they had more than enough cap space to do so. And that just makes me think a little bit that we're not giving enough credit to the scheme and the system that built around them. And I hope you prove me wrong. I hope we can see it. But instead of just knowledge, I'm not there yet.
I don't know. I just see with T.J. Watt there. I mean, I know Cam Hayward's in here, got older. You said it. Highsmith, you said. I mean, Devin. I just see that they are building guys around Patrick Queen's that maybe it can make it a little easier for him. Maybe it's a little harder for him. Maybe they're going to take away the reins for him. Being that number 1 linebacker. I don't know. I don't know what their game plan is with him. But when you got game records up front, it just makes it so much easier. We talked about the trench, or you talked about the trenches earlier. Tate, it's just whenever you have that pressure that Pittsburgh is able to apply, it just makes wreaking havoc a little bit easier in my eyes. But we'll see, man. It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be fun to watch, especially with him going to a division rival, or the rival, not even the division rival, the rival. It's like I don't know, man. This is gonna be something to watch. This is Pittsburgh. I feel like Pittsburgh's all in. They're like, hey, we're gonna take our shot, we're gonna shoot it, and we're gonna try to go all in. But it's a tough ass division. I will say that.
You know, I'm gonna say this about Patrick Queen, and you know, George made that. You mentioned good point, because I definitely remember, you know, those days of, and it felt like every Ravens fan hated Patrick Queen, like all the last. And then all of a sudden, Roquan Smith came, and hey, Patrick Queen was one of the best linebackers in the NFL. And you know, hey, sometimes you need that. I'm not a number one guy. Roquan is the number one guy. He's the alpha. I can be a number two role, and it's much easier for him. But you know, we'll see how it goes. And I'm gonna say this: maybe he learned from Roquan. He learned. He got better. And let's see how he applied in Pittsburgh. And you know, I'm not gonna write the guy out yet. But I'm also not going to ignore that, you know, before Roquan Smith got there, it was definitely rough. But I'm also going to say maybe he got better. And playing with guys like T.J. Watt, who's on the Garner, I mean, triple team. And a guy like Alex Osmond, who we know is one of the, you know, underrated football players in this league. And then they also got, you know, some big boys up front, Pitt and Kim Hayward's going to be back fully healthy for him, hopefully. So, you know, he's going to have talent around him. So, he's one of the guys that I'm definitely going to be watching film. I want to see how he plays. I want to see how he does. I'm going to be excited. I'm excited to get that alpha dog role again. And I want to see how he goes. My guy Sparky and then my guy Fire, you guys can go up. You guys are talking about creative deal about Patrick.
Can I talk about Russell Wilson a little bit?
Go ahead, Sparky.
All right, thanks for nice space so far. Russell Wilson, I think as sports fans we have a short-term memory loss. He got ran out of Seattle. Remember, when he went to Denver, they were all in on Aaron Rodgers, so with Hackett as their coach. Then there was drama in Denver with Hackett. Remember the first game? Hackett couldn't manage the play clock. It was just a total disaster. Then they fired him. Then they brought in Sean Payton for Russ Wilson. And it was like a love fest. Remember, they were all out at dinner. They were at games together. It was all lovey-dovey before the season started. You go from that to Sean Payton berating him and belittling him on the sideline to cutting him. And now he's in Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh, with Tomlin, he let Roethlisberger get away with everything. And he's going from a dictator, an asshole, not his style coach, to a guy that's going to kind of let him walk around, do whatever he wants. I'm on the Russell Wilson stick a fork in it. You know, he's done. I'm not wishing for him to do bad. I don't think he's got the fire yet anymore. And last year's stats, they were kind of garbage stats. I mean, I've seen enough of their games where a lot of them were blowouts, and I don't know, he didn't look that good to me. But again, that's just my opinion.
Do you think they trade for another quarterback again? Do you think Pittsburgh will trade for Fields?
I don't know. Nobody seems to want Fields. It kind of seems that way. I don't know. What do you think, Tate?
In my opinion, I don't think they're going to trade Fields because of the controversy and the quarterback battle. I think they fully enshrine and trust Russell Wilson to run their offense they want to run. But for the sake of the argument, I mean, that would be must-see TV, right? Justin Fields Russell quarterback battle. I mean, my goodness. Yeah, go ahead, Fire.
Yeah, I mean, y'all definitely just got some stuff spinning in my head making that comment, because that's interesting. But no, I was going to actually, this run stop is kind of interesting. That's one of my hot takes I was going to drop in here and see what y'all think. I have Kirk Cousins and Russell Wilson making the playoffs for their respective teams, and one of them will win the division. What do y'all think about that?
I think it's really realistic. And also talk about Justin Fields. I could see him going to the Patriots and then selecting Marvin Harrison at 3. And then there was a guy talking about Quinn Ewers next year. Maybe you can take him next year if it doesn't work out. I think that would be a great deal. And I also think, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 1 year left in Justin Fields' rookie contract, right?
Yeah, you got to. Yeah. Sorry. Nice to meet you all, this man. Yeah. I have been hearing rumors that evidently the Pickett trade was like trying to get a package together for what the Bears want. What the Steelers were doing today. But anyhow, yeah, he's got 1 year left. He's on his 4th year. Wait, Quinn Ewers is terrible. I don't think that's a plan for the future.
Yeah, I'm kind of like Eagles, bro. Like Quinn Ewers, he got a lot to do before he get in this conversation. The talent is there, definitely.
Well, I mean, we don't know. I mean, what we saw,
we don't know.
Jaden Daniels.
I like the idea of the Patriots, so you got a point there. Because they're kind of in a rebuild. They're not pressing, and if they feel like they don't get their value with the 3rd pick, but their guy isn't there with the 3rd pick, you might as well make something like that happen. But that might be like a draft night thing, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. And also, another scenario I can see happening is them selecting another quarterback in the 2nd round. Maybe Michael Penix falls, maybe a Bo Nix falls. Even Spencer Rattler, I think, has a lot of upside. So, yeah.
I'm going to say this, Fire. And first of all, I agree. I think Pittsburgh takes Spencer Rattler in round 2. And I'm not too sure they got their 2nd round pick. I haven't gotten that far into it yet. But I think late 2nd, early 3rd, still is definitely there. I think he'll do a good deal. But before you go, I want to answer Fire's point right quick. I believe this is potentially they can fix the defense in Atlanta. I believe this is the best team that Kirk Cousins would have ever been, in my opinion. Now, I know the Vikings have a great offensive, skill roster with Jefferson and Addison. I understand that. But, as Vic and we talked about earlier, man, I care about the trenches. And in my opinion, the Vikings trenches is on the outside of the court. Horrible. Exactly. With Brian O'Neill and Darisaw, it's elite, but in the interior, it's below average. And I think in Atlanta, they got guys among their offensive line. Chris Lindstrom, who's one of the best guards in football. Of course, Jake Matthews, Matthew Bergeron. Hopefully, he takes a new leap and take that next step. So I think that they can run the football a lot better in Atlanta, which is going to help Kirk. And I think that they win the NFC South year 1.
Yeah,
easily.
Also, I saw a lot of people talk about, Kirk Cousins can't win playoff games. But as you said, many times, he was putting up the stats in those playoff games. I think it was the team around him. I also want to add, I think Kirk Cousins to the Falcons is an amazing fit. I think Zach Robinson, being with the McVay coaching tree, fits that scheme perfectly. And you add in Darnell Mooney, which is kind of like that Tutu Atwell in Atlanta. You got your one in Drake. You got Kyle Pitts, which we could see get more involved. You got Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier. I mean, the future is bright for Atlanta. The only thing that I'm not really that comfortable with is giving $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins. But I mean, if it works out, we could see. I don't know. I think it will work out, in my opinion.
Yeah, Cousins only does the fully guaranteed deals, so they've had no choice.
Yeah, his agent.
I like the Mooney comments too. Mooney's with a real quarterback. He's gonna look good. Mark my words.
Let Ash speak. As someone who knows Ash, I can vouch for him.
Oh, definitely. I was just about to say, Ash, good to meet you, bro. First time seeing you in space on Twitter, so yeah, go ahead, bro.
Hey guys, so just talking about Justin Fields, and people saying that that the Patriots would be a good fit. I actually tend to disagree, just on the basis that Alex Van Pelt and his offense, and even though he didn't call plays in Cleveland, he's a very old school West Coast guy who likes to get the ball out quick. He goes back to Holmgren, Gruden, Green Bay with Mike McCarthy. He's going to be a guy that's going to require a guy who can have quick progressions, quick reads, get the ball out quick. And I think that if you're introducing Fields into a fourth-year offensive scheme with a guy that wants to play a West Coast style and take away from what Fields wants to do, I think it's a train wreck waiting to happen.
Great point.
I want to say I 100% agree with that. And, not to go back to Russell Wilson, but that's one of the reasons why I didn't like Russell in Denver. Because I was like, he's never been a timing quarterback. So now you want him to play on time. And we saw how much of a disaster that was. And the same Fields, right? I didn't think him and Gacy got along because he's not getting this type of quarterback. It's about timing. And that, Michael George, Shanahan, and just wasn't on time. So it's like, Mike, the play calling. Well, there's people open also. He's not saying he's the best, but there's people open there. Justin Fields just don't want to pull the trigger because he's not a tiny quarterback. So I think that's 100% a great point. And what I try to harp on people to that. Not everybody fits everybody's needs.
And the thing is, too, it's easy just to look at a team and say, well, they have a quarterback opening, they're a fit. But at the end of the day, Alex Van Pelt, there's a reason why they're looking at Brissett, because Brissett is a veteran quarterback. He can run a system, and they're going to want to implement their own scheme and to basically have a year to figure out who can play to what we want to do. Whether it's our linemen, our wide receivers, our backs, who can actually play in this scheme. And if you're going to ask a rookie quarterback to come in and implement a new scheme in a year one of a total new operation, head coach, offensive coordinator, everything, it's literally just asking for trouble. And getting Brissett in, who can run that type of offense, who can get the ball out quick, he makes quick decisions. He's got the skills to do stuff. And so just for that reason, and for that reason too, I don't see Fields as a fit for that either. Fields isn't a guy you want to come in with less weapons than what he had in Chicago, and then expect him to do anything better. It's literally just not there.
Yeah, I definitely do see your point. But each day that goes by, I wonder where Justin Fields is going to be playing next year, honestly.
I think at this point, it's flip a coin, and he still might not go on.
Yeah. And just touching on Russell Wilson too, as a Broncos fan, the biggest disconnect between Peyton and Wilson wasn't the touchdowns. It wasn't anything really egregious. It's just that when you look at Sean Payton's offense, you look at Drew Brees, and when Peyton and Wilson got together, everyone's like, oh, well, if there's anyone who knows how to work with a smaller, undersized quarterback, it's Sean Payton. But the question marks is that Wilson is like predominantly a one-read quarterback. And so when he's in a clean pocket and he doesn't sense that first read is, open or applicable in terms of a throw, he literally will just escape a clean pocket and try and play out a structure. And Sean Payton's offense is the complete opposite of that. It's reliant on quick reads, being able to settle in the pocket and find your check downs, find your guys coming across the middle. But Wilson, he's 2 seconds in the pocket, takes a hitch, no, my first read's not there, and next minute he's out of the pocket and he bails. And for someone like Sean Payton, it's like, well, if you want to play that type of football, that's fine, but that's not the offense I'm running.
I just wanted to add, to the Justin Fields debate and all that. First off, I'll be, the first to say it. I've never been a Justin Fields fan. I think so much of even in college, he lived off of one crazy throw and, highlighted his whole career to where people were hyping up.
And a very stacked roster.
Yeah.
All those, that whole offensive line.
But I also think, people miss out on the idea of, too, what makes Justin Fields so complicated. I legit think there's a chance he doesn't get traded because teams legitimately know that the compensation to get him isn't going to cost much. They know that the Bears are already desperate, one. But I think the biggest thing people are forgetting, too, is that when you necessarily take that pivot to take a Justin Fields, you have to change everything around him. The offense completely changes as opposed to how it changes for any other prototype quarterback. And, the idea, too, is, you look at it right now. Any quarterback who has a starting role, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think he competes for any of the 32 right now. But, the thing is, and I'll get to the Patriots in a second with this, but I think he doesn't compete for one of 32 roles. But you even see it in Chicago right now. There's so many Justin Fields supporters that, there's people who legitimately think Caleb Williams isn't the first overall pick. And thinking that, all this stuff is adding up to Justin Fields being the starter.
As a Bears fan, it's disgusting.
No, yeah, I 100% with you. I don't know how y'all survive.
Listen, Bears fans don't even have an idea of how blessed we are because they're so blinded by Justin Fields. It's crazy.
But I think that's something, too, acknowledge them. It's the moment any quarterback, if you want to trade Justin Fields for a back, and the moment any quarterback has even the smallest slip-up, he would have such a raging fan base behind him to switch to Justin Fields. And you have to switch that whole offense. You have to take all those risks to let him be more of a runner than a thrower. And then you have to change all these, time things and all these problems that he has already. And, it's the same thing where I think, it drives me nuts because I heard somebody say you guys should take Drake May over him. I'm like, then you're dealing with the same problems. But that's the side thing. As for the Patriots, I think them trading down doesn't necessarily dictate them not taking a first-round quarterback either. I mean, if you take the Vikings deal right now, where the Vikings have 2 firsts, there's no reason to not use the second one to pick up the 5th-year option for whichever one falls. And, I mean, necessarily it doesn't work out. Then you're at the top of the draft next year for the next guy,
Yeah.
Now, this is the stuff that I'm talking about that I'm not going to, pump up my own space, but y'all, most of y'all know me. I'm trying to pump up my own space. This is the stuff that I'm talking about that I love. Bro, not everything is personal. Yeah, the games trying to make everything so personal. Bro, what do you mean? Why don't these people want to? You gotta change your entire offense. Not everybody wants you gotta run the quarterback just to get them rhythm. That's not what everybody wants to do. So yeah, not everybody's going to be interested. So, Ash made a great point about, Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. 99% of the time when you hear about Russell Wilson and Sean Payton is, well, Sean Payton was a college pilot, a dictator. Well, it's really simple. Sean Payton likes the quarterback to be something. Russell Wilson does not think. It ain't about that he thinks he's backstabbing Russ or he's trying to, he doesn't believe in Russ. Is that he doesn't believe Russ can run the ball. That's it. He probably could believe that Russ can win games, but he can't run his offense. So they're not going to connect on any level. So I appreciate you, Ash, saying that. Saying the truth. And I hope you come on again. We definitely going to be in touch on this guy. Go ahead. I'm going to get the tilt and grand on that.
Yeah, sure. And I was just going to add, and you got to remember, Peyton inherited Russell Wilson. This was never a Sean Payton hire. Peyton knew that he had everything uphill when he took that job. And to his credit, like, I mean, George Payton has done a terrible job with this roster since day one. And Payton knew that. He knew that he literally had to have at least 10 games of Russell Wilson to see what Wilson could actually do with this offense. And yes, like, he had good numbers for touchdowns, interceptions, but again, a lot of them were garbage time. A lot of them were plays that probably, in the sense that some you'd even take back. And for Payton to literally say, look, I've seen enough of Russell Wilson. I don't like the off-time, the off-structure stuff. It's not what I want to do. And reset the clock. I mean, it's what should have happened, 8 years ago, not now. But unfortunately, the cost is a great financial debt. But at the end of the day, it's Payton's offense, it's his team. It cost us picks to get him. It's either the coach or Wilson, and it's got to be the coach.
100% agree, bro. That's perfect point. Tip Major and Brando, y'all two up. Tip want to go first, and then Brando.
Yeah, that's fine. I kind of hate to go back to what we were talking about a minute ago, but before that, I do have a question for Ash. So, are you done with Russell Wilson, or what? Do you think he's done? What are your thoughts on Russell Wilson moving forward?
My thoughts are is that if there is an offensive coordinator that is willing to structure their offense around a lot of one-read stuff, off-structure stuff, and if the offensive line can buy into having to extend out of the box, if the backs are willing to, be a bit more pliable in terms of how they block, how they leak out. And the biggest thing is too, like, with Wilson, you have to literally, he's so unpredictable, and especially, like, he does have a really good arm strength and long ball. He's really good in terms of air yards and placement. Like, we have to teach these receivers and the guys at the Steelers have all new scramble rules. Like, there's so much more stuff you have to teach when you have someone like Wilson, when even though there's good timing to throw, if he doesn't see that initial read that he wants, he just won't take it, and he'll choose to play off structure, which is fine. But also, it eliminates a lot of time half the field, which we see with Judy. Like, that's why Judy and him got disconnected, because Russell would look for the first read. If it wasn't there, he'd play off structure, and Judy's in a 20, 30-yard pocket of space on the opposite side to the field side, and Wilson couldn't make the throw. And he wouldn't even look because he was off structure.
Yeah. And that's why, Tip and everyone, that's why I feel like Fields makes sense going to Pittsburgh, because if you're going to back up, he's an immediate guy you can plug and play into that offense. Those are two guys you have to shape your whole entire offensive scheme and personnel around two quarterbacks like that. So it's like maybe Pittsburgh takes a flyer on Fields, hopefully runs behind us a little bit, gets the scheme, and maybe they pick up his fifth year if he looks good. These are just sport. They can trade him. There's all sorts of things, but obviously it's a backup situation now.
Well. I mean,
that's what he plays best.
Yeah, and that's why Arthur Smith's in this situation with Russell Wilson. He has a quarterback now who can make that one read and then go. He has a running game that, he's got two really good running backs. He's got that, dynamic one receiver, or that I feel like he could be a dynamic one receiver, and a George Pickens, and he's got that tight end and Freiermuth. Like, he's got it's all shaping up. I mean, Arthur Smith came from Atlanta, and yes, it wasn't great what happened last year, and he did a pretty bad job getting the ball to his playmakers. But he had a guy in Desmond Ridder who couldn't even make one read.
Definitely.
It's like and Taylor Heineke, he's a little bit better at making reads, but it was just in shambles.
Yeah, it was dumb and dumber.
It was already in shambles. So that's another reason why. But the real reason I have my hand up was because we were talking about Kirk Cousins, and one thing you guys all say great things about Kirk Cousins, and this offensive line tape, you are 100% on it, bro. Like, this offensive line, Kirk Cousins is going to be so protected, not only by the offensive line, but by this run game. Tyler Algier, Bijan Robinson, those are dynamic running backs, or as a tandem, a dynamic pairing. And then we also just got, or not we, because I'm not an Atlanta Falcons fan, but they just got Rondell Moore. And you could put Rondell Moore in the backfield too if you want to.
And that was a steal too. Yeah.
And just put him down in there and do a little 2-yard dump off that. And he's electric enough to get the ball. This Atlanta offense, guys, if they can get an edge rusher, which I'm pretty sure that's something that they're looking at doing or have already scouted doing for the draft, or maybe it's some more in free agency.
I think they did those, sorry.
This team, this
definitely.
Atlanta team, oh my God. I mean, it's no question they're going to be all healthy. If all healthy, there's no question they should run away with this division.
Hey, as a Falcons fan, anybody who wants to hop on the bandwagon train, hop on right now. I'm telling y'all.
Yo, the 30 birds are rolling. It's really cool to see, man. I'm really excited for that organization, especially coming from, because I was excited about them last year. I was excited about Bijan going over there. I was like, Desmond Ridder, he's one of those guys you can get out of the pocket, you can run the ball a little bit. I was excited about it. I was excited about the Arthur Smith. I was excited about Kyle Pitts probably doing some work, but it's now you guys got a quarterback. So don't F it up.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Also, I wanted to add on what people said about, Justin Fields. Many people say about him, not working out in Chicago because he didn't have the right weapons. But, I mean, look at C.J. Stroud, what he's doing with the Texans. He had Nico Collins, Tank Bell, an average offensive line, and, I mean, he up into the divisional round of the playoffs. So, I think people don't really understand how much of, unpredictable it is with the quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the live stream audio, folks, but I am going to go out, get something, and then I'll come back and we'll either listen to the live stream or I'll talk about Aaron Donald when I get back. But I am going to go out. I am going to get something. But I'm not ending the live stream. But before I want to make sure the audio is working before I leave. Head out. But yeah, I'm going to go out and get something. But Aaron Donald retired today. Aaron Donald, he retired today. So the Los Angeles Rams, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, 1-time Super Bowl champion, 2-time Super Bowl finalist. Had an excellent career, stalwart career, definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer. So yeah, Aaron Donald definitely would say he's had an excellent career. But yeah, that's main, and the impact he's had on and off the field, the impact he's had with the Pitt Panthers, with their community, with the Rams community, just really does say a lot. And I've been on the air since 7:30 talking football with Mr. Offseason. It's been fun. But there have just been so many speakers, and I can't even hear anybody. But now we're at the free agency part of the show. So, I'm going to try to get the audio back on, and then I'll probably head out. Yeah, we got the volume turned up all the way, so yeah. Let's try this.
But they knew each other. It was like 4 games. But they know each other. Like,
They knew.
yeah. So you're not these
Especially if they're getting rid of Fields. They, have a running game. They can dangerous. He's not dangerous through the air.
What do you think? Wait. He's dangerous in the air, but now that we got some weapons for him, you got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore in second year, DeAndre Swift coming out of the backfield.
Listen. Hold on, listen. That all sounds great, right? I know you said DJ
You're the Bears fan, is it? Are you the Bears fan?
I'm telling you. I know you say DJ Moore, unless who has DJ Moore ever had as quarterbacks? He put up 1,000 yards with every ball.
Oh no, he's good. Yeah, he's good.
Listen, if you really go watch the tape, like Justin Fields is not a volume passer. He cannot distribute the ball. He's a Russell Wilson, like the gentleman was just saying in this space earlier. Like he's a one-read guy, so you don't get him a bunch of weapons when there's tape of him that is just people wide open all season long. Like that's why Luke Getsy wasn't a bad offensive coordinator, and maybe Justin Fields isn't bad either. But that scheme doesn't work. It's not a, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't just throw the ball with Justin Fields. Like you can't get him two receivers, and then people say they're going to draft Marvin Harrison. Like he couldn't feed that many receivers, bro. It's not possible. Like watch the tape. It's crazy.
And the thing is, like, Getsy's offense, when you watch it, it was literally asking Fields to make, like, 15-yard out route throws in anticipation. You can't do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So now, like, if you're a Steelers fan, you told me, like, he would work good there, like I said, if Russell went down, but somebody said it perfectly in there. He's a special player, but he's so special that you have to shape the whole entire personnel and offensive scheme around him for it to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not your typical NFL quarterback that can feed receivers all the time. It's not just going to work like that. You've had 3 years of proof. It's not there.
And, I agree with that, but I'm also with Tip, like, in a certain offense, like, he could be pretty damn good. I believe with Shane Waldron, and what Shane Waldron likes to do, I think he's really good with Shane, right? Shane Waldron loves the deep ball. And one thing I've said about Fields,
he throws a beautiful deep ball.
He throws a beautiful deep ball, right? 100%. Which is funny. We said it, it's just like Russell Wilson, right? It's ironic.
That's why.
He throws a beautiful deep ball.
Yeah.
He's a very good athlete.
Yeah.
He can design an offense. The problem is not everybody wants to do that, right?
Yeah.
So that's just
because you got to think about it. When you're building a roster, you have to build a whole entire personnel around that. And some players don't last that for 2-3 years. Like you can't pay a quarterback $250 million and just keep scrapping the roster to try to fit him when it only works way. Like it's just too much to pay. As a quarterback, you have to be able to make it work several different ways in the NFL. You can't just pay a quarterback $50 million and say, okay, like now we have to do the whole 53-man roster around what works for this guy. You know, it's hard. Like it's very dynamic, but that's not to say there's not a shot. But I think the host does it correctly. I don't think a lot of teams want to do that. That's very stressful for a GM.
Yeah, but I do want to say only one more point about Justin Fields. We can talk about Justin Fields for like 5 hours. Because I've seen it happen. I've been in situations where that actually happened. So, one more point about Fields, and we're going to go to my main man, Brandon.
Well, were you going to me? I thought you had one more point.
Yeah, Ash, you had one more point. I'll let Ash go.
What I was going to say is as someone who studied like Walter's offense, the only reason why I will say is that Fields has potential to work in a Waldron type offense is that Waldron is a really good exponent of 12 personnel. Like, he really likes 2 tight end sets. He likes an inline blocker. He likes to have, lots of underneath linking routes from his actual, his wide receiver, his wide end. And when you watch, like, a lot of the stacks that Seattle ran with, especially Metcalf, is they do a lot of, like, rubs. They do a lot of switch. They basically try to eliminate whatever the defense does and make throwing the ball easier. And if you can extend the offensive line in 12 personnel consistently and have a really good inside zone run game, whether it be a running back in like Swift or even you want to run more option RPO with Fields, if your personnel and that scheme in that playbook opens up more avenues for someone like Fields to work in, I think it's a possibility. I think that there's still trouble with, throwing underneath throws with anticipation. But Waldron's offense, if Geno Smith can work in it, and Geno Smith can turn his career around working in a Waldron offense, I can't see why Fields can't.
No, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's in terms of football talk between all of us right there. See how because nobody said, man, forget your mama. That's just straight football, skinny talk, football talk. That's the shit I'm looking for, man. That's why I made this space. I'm glad you guys are here.
Tank, it's been a really good space so far, man. Real.
Yeah, it's been great, man.
I know, man. It's been fucking 4 hours, man. I can't believe I passed the first one, man. But that's all y'all, honestly. I appreciate y'all. I know my man Brando wants to say something. Go ahead, bro.
So you were talking about the Justin Fields and Russell Wilson thing. I believe that, schemes make fights, right? You know what I mean? We already knew when Russell Wilson went there, he was a second option. He wasn't Sean Payton's first option. So like when you're building a roster and you're talking about roster construction, I had brought this part up in a space before. If you go with Russell Wilson, right, and you know that's not the guy you want, then why do you pay all that money to bring him in? You can't say all these negative things about Russell Wilson because you've been in the league, you've been a coach, you watched games, you played in big high-pressure games, you won a Super Bowl. Like, these guys are football savvy. They know the game of football. So when you bring him there, you brought him there under the impression that, hey, despite all this, you are our very best option to win. You know what I mean? And we're going to try to pair it and try to make it work. But, like, anybody knew Russell Wilson going there, they already said that it wasn't going to work just because they're two different guys stylistically. Now, going to Pittsburgh, I think, and then, too, and Denver, I don't think it was a respect factor. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they respected each other mutually to the point where it was like, okay, listen, we can overcome our differences because at least at the foundation of our relationship, there's a respect factor. Like as the season progressed, it just got more apparent that Sean Payton did not want Russell Westbrook. You know what I mean? He just didn't. He didn't want to work with him. He didn't want to try to scheme anything around him. He didn't want to try to build his offense around him. He just didn't want him. Like, it was almost better that they just never bring him there in the first place. You know what I mean? Or make some different choices. You know what I mean? My thing is that, and even with Justin Fields too, like, we're talking about Justin Fields as if Justin Fields has been in a situation where he's had time to develop. He's had time. He's had good coaching around him. He's had people there to insinuate what he does best. Like, I don't think it's nothing wrong with building around a player because some core things, no matter what player you're building around, whether it's Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, there are some core things that you're always going to need. You're going to need a good running back because good running backs or a good run game assists any quarterback. You're going to need a good offensive line. It doesn't matter if it's a scrambling QB, if it's a station, you're going to still need a good offensive line to block for a set quarterback. Now, I get what y'all saying when y'all said, hey, you know, you're going to have to maybe change some protections because this quarterback might break outside the pocket or he might scramble or he has a tendency to play backyard football. But, yes, those are some degrees, but at the foundational level, they need to be able to block and hold serve in front of them. But also that you need skilled players. Like, you need skilled positions. Like, there are some quarterbacks that can take average receivers and turn them into Hall of Fame receivers or Pro Bowlers. But those are the elite quarterbacks. We're talking about the one-of-ones. These players are going to probably be first ballot Hall of Famers. You'll be talking about these players and they're just high IQ, high accuracy, high ability to basically do shit Patrick Mahomes does, do shit you see Aaron Rodgers do stuff that you see Tom Brady do. You know what I mean? Like, so not every quarterback is going to be that. So for all those other teams that don't have that, you know you have to construct your roster in a certain way that, hey, we can't do that because that's not what our guys does best. We can't do that because our guy can't do that. So we have to construct our roster in a certain way. To me, and this is just my opinion, I know I'm going against the wave here. I said it before, but a lot of these things, man, have to do with roster construction. If you draft a guy, say you draft a guy and you scouted this guy, you know what his flaws and weakness is, then it is on you, at least in his first maybe couple of years of development, to do things that are beneficial for him, that makes it easier for him to transition to the NFL level. You know what I mean? It's not. I mean, one of the great benefits that Patrick Mahomes had was that he didn't have to play right away. And who knows? Maybe even if he did, Patrick Mahomes probably still would have been great. But he got to sit behind Alex Smith and learn for a whole year. I mean, Aaron Rodgers did the same thing. Tom Brady was the same way. Like, these guys got to sit behind and learn a little bit where it's not, no, we're not asking you to come in and be the guy. You know what I'm saying? We're not asking you to come in as from day one, be the Patrick Mahomes that we expect you to be 3 years later. We're not asking you that. We're asking you, even perfect example, Lamar Jackson. Like, hey, we're not asking you to come in and be a quarterback, Lamar. We're gonna send you with what you do. And as we build you up, slowly but surely, we're gonna develop you to do other things. Like, guess what? Guess who else couldn't do more than one read? Lamar Jackson. Listen, if it wasn't there, it's take off and I'm going out the gate. But now you start seeing him kind of read the defense, stand in the pocket, make hella throws, you know what I'm saying? Fitting into tight windows, but that wasn't what he was doing in year one. You know what I'm saying? You have to start building.
I'd rather do this conversation though.
You said what?
Off the fields.
Yeah. And so, like, my point is that, yes, Justin Fields, like, we've seen Justin Fields. We've seen some of the good of Justin Fields. We've seen some of the bad of Justin Fields. But I think now you might see a different Justin Fields, just because that I feel like now maybe the pieces are in place to actually start developing him and to be a capable NFL quarterback.
Let me ask you a question. If you're Ryan Poles, what do you do?
I'm sticking it out with Justin Fields. If you do draft a quarterback, it's not anybody. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is my whole thing about the Chicago Bears, too. I have to say, as a Texas fan, I have to say thank you to the Chicago Bears. Because every time we need a quarterback, they say, hey, Houston Texans, we got
John Burke, and they'll see. You're welcome.
Yeah, but I mean, it's in Texas. Hey, my bad. I was getting the car.
No, you good. I just wanted to say, we can talk about Justin Fields all damn night and Russell Wilson all night. But there's just, that's another thing that happened in free agency.
Who would you take as the quarterback? Russell or fucking Justin? Pittsburgh chose their path.
I mean, I think for Pittsburgh, they chose a more veteran guy. So,
but they can still get Justin. It's only going to cost them $3.25 million.
And they still can. But
they can flip that draft pick they got from the Eagles.
Yeah. So next, we're going to go to some running backs. All last year, I was told that running backs never get paid that well.
They get paid, but not as much as they used to.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say running backs get paid. I'm sorry, I don't like people every day. I've been in other spaces with him. He does the same shit. I can't deal with that guy. I'm sorry. But I want to talk about some running backs. I'm sorry. It's not even that he did in this space. It's every space he's in. I hear him, and he does the same thing to everybody and every people. But I have no power to do anything about it. But as people know, you don't know me. I'm a no bullshit person. I'm straight to the point. I don't give a damn about nobody's feelings. So, and you don't get your right. I'm sorry for doing shit like that. I ain't got the power in other spaces. I got the power in this. But what I want to say is, what are y'all guys talking about running backs getting paid? And do you guys, I know some people not going to like it, but do you guys think it's a wise decision? And what do you guys think? Especially because we got two major and Barton in the building. Y'all running back pretty much, Josh Jacobs went to the Packers. So let's give some stuff about that. We'll go to Tip first. He has the lead running back that left. Then we go to Bart and Bates.
All right. So if you guys all really knew me, I love the running back position. I played a little running back. I played a little linebacker in high school and college. So I love the running back position. I think it's a vital position in football. There's not too many guys that you ask to basically just run into a 250, 300-pound person and get your knees obliterated, get your ankles twisted, your shoulders torn up. So the running back position is vital. However, the NFL doesn't feel that way. But I'm happy they increased the cap space. Now these guys can get paid. Now the thing is, the running back position, it's not a position that's ever you don't have longevity in that position. We all know the average lifespan. I'm not gonna go through all that, but you don't have a lot of longevity because of those things that I've said. However, you can still be very dynamic, and there's some very dynamic players, but there's always that guy that's behind that dynamic player who could also be dynamic or become dynamic. And I think that's what happened with the Raiders. I think that they were Josh Jacobs last year, he was banged up a little bit. He had a hell of a year before that. Banged up a little bit last year. Zamir White came in and filled in admirably. He was not Josh Jacobs, but he filled in and did his job. So then they saw an opportunity that, hey, you know what? We don't necessarily have to pay you in this scenario. We can try to fix some things on some other ends. But I'm happy he got paid with the Packers. He deserved to get paid. That's another reason why, we can get into the zero RB theory when it comes to fantasy football. Because for the simple fact, last year, there was no running back that touched the ball 20 times a game. It was Christian McCaffrey, and he barely touched the ball 20 times a game. Back when I was a kid, back in the 90s, you had a ton of guys, touching the ball 20-plus times a game. That's what they did, was they ran the ball, they slowed the clock down. Nowadays, it's running gun. Everybody's throwing the ball, doing all this. You don't necessarily need as dynamic of a running back on your team, or a guy who's going to touch the ball so many times. You can have multiple guys touch the ball, and it still equals out that 20. but they have multiple guys that can do it. And that's one of the reasons why I feel like the running back position, it's not obsolete and it will never be obsolete, but it's starting to dwindle down. And that's why you see, if I can go to a fantasy football terms, the zero RB strategy coming into play, where people will not draft a running back until round 5, 6, 7, because you can pick up an Ezekiel Elliott at the end of the year and he'd be on your team and win a championship for you. You can pick up some of these guys like Zamir White, and the same thing happened. It's just one of those things where it's kind of a catch-22. I hate it because I love the running back position, but then I also understand it because, hey, I can get this guy off the street, or not off the street, but off the practice squad or on the bench and put him in and tell him to run through the A gap, the C gap, whatever gap, and he's going to do it as long as I can open up the hole and do it for him. And, it comes down to the offensive line as well. I've always been a firm believer if you got a good offensive line, you can have a good running back. Good quarterback, obviously, you can have a good running back. But it's just one of those things that I truly believe that's where the NFL is going. I'm happy Saquon got paid. I'm happy these guys got paid. But it's one of those things that we're going to continue to see that trend, and that's what I got, man. I hate to see Josh Jacobs go, but I understand. Zamir White came in and did his thing.
That's very good stuff, Tip. And I definitely understand the fantasy football model. It has crept its way into the league. And, look, I understand it. I definitely understand. I just still think that there's value in taking a extremely talented running back. I'm not saying take a bum in the first round. That's not what I'm saying. Or like, Alexander Madison. Not talking about one of them kind of guys. Well, I do still think that there's value in taking a Jameer Gibbs or a Bijan in the top 15 because you saw with Jameer Gibbs, man, good at quarterback like Jared Goff. And same with McCaffrey with Purdy, like the things that they can do for your offense, attacking the middle of the field, running the football, so explosive. I just think that there's still incredible value, which is why I think some of these guys are getting paid. But
but like what you were saying though, is you talked about Jameer Gibbs, you talked about Bijan Robinson, but look, they also got Tyler Algier and they've got David Montgomery. It's like now these teams are turning into a 2 running back system, or other than the 49ers, I mean they've got other running backs on their squad, but it's Christian McCaffrey. I mean, until he slows down, the dude has not shown any signs of slowing down. It's one of those things where I know we got Derrick Henry went to the Ravens. Now the other 2 running backs that they had are both injured, and Gus Bus is gone to LA Chargers. So the other 2 running backs, who's going to be that guy? It's going to be J.K. Dobbins. Is it going to be Keontae Mitchell? Which one of those guys are going to come back? I like Mitchell because if you bring in that dynamic of a thunder and lightning, oh my God, Lamar Jackson.
JK's a free agent.
Beautiful. Huh?
JK's a free agent. Just want to throw out his name with these guys.
He's a free agent, but I mean, they could bring him back. I don't know what they're going to do with that, but if they bring out one of those guys with a Derrick Henry who's a little bit older, and I mean, he's not the same Derrick Henry that he once was, but he's still effective. That's just something too. But you just said it, Tate. You talked about those 2 running backs, and they both have counterparts that are on their team that are dynamic in other ways.
And thank you for saying that. That's perfect. I think that's what we're trending towards. I think you're going to have that great back. But I think the Lions are super smart, and the Falcons that got that great potential Hall of Fame back. But you also have a darn good backup to actually say you don't have to just give him 40 carries and break his body. I think that's how it should be. I think that's why their offense their running games was so good for both teams. Even the Falcons, when they had a trash quarterback, they were still able to run the football with those 2 because they were always fresh. So I think that's the way to go forward. And speaking of Ken Mitchell, Jordan's a Ravens fan. After we get with Bart, I would like to see what the question about who should back up him. But Bart, you can go ahead since Tilt made his own running back on your team.
Bart. Let's go, my guy. Let's go.
All right, so I am Aaron Donald career stats. I'm going to mute the live stream while I read through some of these. But Aaron Donald, 48 solo tackles, 10 assisted tackles, 58 total tackles, 9 sacks, winning Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2014 after being the 14th overall pick out of Pittsburgh. Then he had 11 sacks in year 2, 69 combined tackles, 25 assisted tackles, 11 sacks, and then he had 8 sacks in 2016. And then from 2017 to 2021, that's when Aaron Donald was at his peak. He had 11 sacks each year for 5 consecutive years, and his tackles improved. His combined tackles, 32 solo, 9 assisted, 41 combined tackles, 11 sacks, and then he had 41 solo tackles, 18 assisted, 59 total, 20.5 sacks. And then he had 48 combined tackles, 19 assists, 29 solo tackles, 19 assisted, 48, 12.5 sacks. Then he had 27 solo tackles, 18 assisted tackles, 13.5 sacks, 45 combined tackles in 2020. And then he had 38 solo tackles, 46 assisted, 84 combined tackles, 12.5 sacks. Only had 5 sacks last year. Part of that's due to injury. He did improve on that and have 8 sacks, though. And he probably had his best supporting cast since Super Bowl 56, if we're being honest about Aaron Donald. I am going to wrap up the live stream. It's been over 4 hours. I've got some delicious pizza I ordered. It's a torpedo. It's pizza on like bread. So I ordered that. I am going to enjoy that. And I'll be back at 10 a.m. So I'll be back at 10 a.m. with the next live stream with Joey. But I am going to call it a night here on Restream. I'll still be on Twitter Spaces. So if you follow Mr. Offseason, you can catch me in the Twitter space. All right.